Oh, fucking hell, everybody's on.
Confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in the matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
And we are live. Welcome, everybody. It is Wednesday today, Hump Day. But we're going to go back over Trivium. Been saying we're going to be doing this for a bit. This, I think, is where we're going to be, or where I'm going to be in the upcoming. I guess this is the sort of this is what we've been doing in the background all along. We've been building towards this very thing, Trivium, which is a way of learning, let's say, a way of learning to learn for yourself, a method that starts from the basics. It starts right at the beginning, the understanding of where you start, and because you start there, everything that you do gets built up and by yourself. So all that's needed with this Trivium is a communication. even the beginnings of the communication, all of this stuff is I say a character building thing, but it's a personal thing. It's a self-improvement sort of thing, and it depends what you want to gain from it. You will get out of it. But for the arena, funny is that we're in, this to me is the ideal sort of thing. Now, I came into this, like most people know, in a sort of shock way. Although I was sort of in the looking out for these weird people that react very strangely to certain statements that people make, people that don't like other people's opinions, people who don't like other people saying things, people imagining that other people think things, and then obviously pointing fingers at them and saying you think this. Well, I wanted to research those people, and I found the ideal place. But in doing that, I found the ideal method, let's say, to be able to formulate all of these things and the ideas that I guess were natural. But what we're doing tonight, the Trivium, is that is the bit that makes it cohesive. It gives you an idea of where to focus everything, and I'm thankful for it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over the beginning video that we originally did. Thanks to Raven. Raven came and we started. He started with a presentation. It was a formidable pace. And I'll be forever thankful for Raven for starting this sort of thing, because definitely this is... I wouldn't say we're not going to stick to the Trivium, because this isn't like a formal class about it or anything. All this is like a street. We are going to use these methods to try and see what we can do with them in a modern day state. I mean, this is old stuff, and obviously things have definitely changed from then to now. The usage of the words and everything have all changed. I wouldn't know how far it went back, but in the understanding of this and what we went over yesterday with ataraxia, if anybody wasn't around yesterday, ataraxia is, well, it's a state of happiness that you reach. Did we find out what it was called? Epoch? Okay. The state of where you suspend judgment on things or matters all relating to dogma. Dogma is just things that you are told without proof. Sort of faith-based things. So the idea of this epoch A, however, is to suspend all belief for things that you cannot know. If you do not know, you do not focus on the things that you don't know, and you don't rely on things that you don't know. Get rid of all assumptions. Get rid of faith, for a better word. There's no need to get rid of belief. Try and suspend the faith, the reserve judgment on things, and that's where we're going to be going from now on. I think we'll have to point these sort of things out. Now, I'd say to everyone, please feel free to speak up if you have anything to say in all of this. This is how we learn, is through the conversation. There's no need to feel that you don't know, but there will definitely be people saying, oh, you didn't know that. Well, we only learn from knowing things if we ask questions, and if we don't know things, you're never going to learn it. So let me get these things sorted. Trivium discussion. Okay. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there may be some images on here of people that don't want to be seen, don't want to be talked about. So you all know. We'll try and reserve that as much as we can. Now, I could say this is from April 27th, 22. Doesn't seem that long ago, really, does it? I guess it is. Seems like it could be ages ago, but it's not that long ago. Right, volume up. Let's I'm going to click play. Anybody want us to stop at any time? Let us know. Oh dear, didn't click the buttons right, did I? And we are live. Yeah. Hold on. Trivium day. Wednesday. I have to start it again. Sorry about that. That was bad. Thank you, Emma. Yeah, I didn't click the mute button. Welcome. This is Trivium day. We're not going to do the hump. We'll leave that for the model afflicted. Today is the Trivium, or the building blocks in order that take us to the Trivium. Going to be led by Raven, Kevin B, taking over the show. But this is the foundation, the building blocks for what will be the Trivium when we get there. Now, this is more concentrated on the grammar behind it, but it's understanding how I don't know, the words are put together, how do we talk about things. Personally, I think this is what we are meant to be about. This is what we're all about, is trying to have a conversation and trying to get the most from the conversation, the most understanding that we can. And this is the build up to that. Hopefully, if anybody wants to come in and get involved in this, because that's what this is. What we're doing is a discussion based around the Trivium. Now, they may be able to help us out with a few slides or things, but I'm hoping that we can help Kevin and Ravens, all of us together, can have an input into a discussion. One of the most important discussions I think we can have is how to communicate to each other. How soon are you two guys ready? Do you want me to waffle on for a little bit longer?
No, I'm okay, Bev, to jump in.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm ready as well. Whenever we're ready to go.
Right. Okay. Good evening and welcome, everybody.
Okie dokie. So we're into the intro there. I mean, that was a few months ago, and I was already saying that I think this is where we're at. I guess my mind was already made up back then. It was this is that important to us, I think, personally, to me anyway. So what we're going to go over here is the original Raven and Kevin. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see what it was like. It's really weird going back on things like this. How do you guys want to do it? Do you want to just like listen to the thing, or stop it every now and again?
I think we should let whoever decide how they want to do it. Stop it as
Okay.
you will.
All right. If anybody hears anything, if anybody wants to come on into the Discord and speak up if you think you can add anything to it. Anybody else thinks they want to add anything to it, speak up and I'll pause it. Other than that, we'll let this play.
This is Raven, and we've got Kevin waiting in the wings for what we hope is going to be a good night. As Bev said, we're interested in communication and getting the facts of the communication right. I'm just going to check now that the correct screen is showing. Is that screen showing, Bev?
I've got a white screen here at the moment.
Hold on a minute.
There you go. The Trivium, Aristotle's Oregon.
Is it there now?
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
There we go. Yep.
Right, let me just go going. Come on. There we go. Right, okay. So basically, we're going to hopefully going to have a good conversation tonight. It's become obvious during some of the conversations we've had, particularly as we're working on sort of exploring Aristotle's organon, which basically was the basis of the logical system that was developed and used within the 7 liberal arts that became known as the Trivium and the quadrivium.
Hey Raven, before you go too far in, yeah, I think it's gone back to a white screen. You had the full screen presentation for a moment,
yeah,
and then it clicked off to white. It's
it keeps flashing on and off.
Mm-hmm.
Oh right, okay. Hold on. Do I need to do something
No, that's good like that. Oh. And then it's gone again.
Yeah, you may need to leave it on the notes. Yeah, you might need to leave it there, Raven.
Oh, is that okay?
That's good enough.
Yeah,
we
I
can
think
read
that's
it.
fine.
Yeah, that's fine. As long as the text isn't too small and everything, and it's going on that screen. Yeah, so basically, we've been exploring the organon and that, but it's becoming obvious that some of the terminology is very new or completely new to a lot of people. So we need to have a conversation. We're always talking about how we need to get our definitions sorted right at the beginning before we can have a logical conversation with anybody. So rather than sort of ploughing straight ahead at full pelt, we've sort of pulled our braces up a little bit and thought it's about time we got a conversation going with people about the language that we have to use and the definitions. And so basically, if I go on to the next slide, the discussion topics for tonight, this is obviously the plan. It could go anywhere, really, as we're hoping to have a conversation. But roughly, we wanted to start off with discussing the term predication and predicable and all those words related to predication and a predicate and all that. And we think it's about time that we had the discussion about what the definition of that word is. So that's what we're going to do there, and then we'll move on to if we get through that, and there's enough time, we'll move on to quickly looking at the introduction of carrying on with the categories of Aristotle's organon, particularly the ones moving on to chapter 3 and 4 if we get there. We're also going to pull in something Porphyry's. It's called Porphyry's. I think it's pronounced isagoge or something like that. And anybody that's good with their Greek can read the Greek one essay. So that basically means introduction. It was an introduction to Aristotle's categories, written by in Greek by somebody called Porphyry. I think he was based in Sicily in the 3rd century CE. And it was a standard textbook on logic for over 1,000 years, and it was used in conjunction with the organon to explain and teach and work on the logical system that was used over that time. And it also contains the highly influential hierarchical classification of genera and species from substance down to individuals, known as the Porphyrian, I think it's pronounced, tree. And you may be familiar with that. If you're involved in biology and scientific taxonomy and things like that, the whole system of the taxonomy of the biological system, when they talk about family and genre and genus, family, and that whole tree that they use within science is developed from the Porphyrian system. The one we're talking about isn't based on that. It's more of a logical system, which was involved just genus and species. But we'll explain some of that if we get time to get into the chapters 3 and 4 discussion further on down the line tonight. So basically, moving on to what we want to talk about first. Right, predication. So this is the word up for discussion tonight, and we hope to get a lot of input from everybody if possible. Basically, what does it mean? And basically, from this, you say that I don't know if you want to jump in at any time, Kevin, when you feel you need to.
Yeah, let me jump in right here. I think.
Yeah, go on then.
And as Raven said, I think it's going to be important to have the conversation. So if anyone is planning on joining the Discord, come on in. We're hoping to have a few people chime in during this and have the discussion. This is not something that Raven and I want to just, push out to the group here or to the YouTube and then just have you go away. That's not the intent here. The intent is to have a conversation. And as Raven pointed out earlier, we've been striving to make sure that we understand the terms and the definitions that we use before we have a conversation. It's those coming to terms that we've talked about before. And as we do that, I think one of the things that we're going to be confronted with is the language that is used today and definitions that are used today in our modern times are clearly different than, or at least can be different. I happen to think they're very different than they were certainly back in Aristotle's time. And the reason why we've gone down this track, for those of you who may not have heard this before, is many of us believe that the language has been so mucked around with and definitions have been so messed around with that we have to get back to something, at least that most of us can say, okay, I don't know that it was as mucked around with back in Aristotle's time, and that's as far back as we could go. And that's why I think Raven brought the Trivium and the Quadrivium to the party, so to speak. And that's why we're here. So I recap all that to say, when we talked briefly last week about predication, what predication is, we got kind of wrapped around the axle a little bit on that, but it was a good discussion. And then this week we've had other discussions about it, and there may well be a conflict with people's understanding of predicate, predication, how that works, and what it actually means as we pull together the grammar, which is the language, and then move on to logic and then rhetoric is the three parts of the trivium. So with that said, as Raven points out here, what does predication mean? And what I did is I made the statement that you see there, that the answer to this question will determine how our group, at least the group here on this Discord, is going to go forward in our understanding of logic and rhetoric. as Aristotle understood them. So, we'll get to a couple of questions. I think at least one question in a little bit here, but I really want the folks in the Discord to be ready to chime in on that. So I'll stop there and let you go through the rest of these bullets really quickly, and then we can get on to the other piece. Raven, hey Bev, can you stop it for a second?
I've got a few definitions that.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. I'd like to know what, at least for the people in here, if they're listening, do you got were we right about this? Because when I said that's the way we're going to go forward on this Discord server, understanding the logic and the rhetoric, and if we've been trying to do that, I think we have, but I'd like to hear other people if you disagree. And then what has that brought, or what is that? What are the consequences been to that, to going down this road?
Me, I'm
Definitely
gonna. Oh, sorry. Go on, Buster. Go.
I was just saying, it's a deeper understanding and clarity how to speak and how to formulate your words more correctly to be descriptive and logical. I've been excited about this for a long time. And yeah, like the outcome of it is just a clarity of mind.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm going to be thankful for Raven for bringing this to us. I mean, it was already there; it was around the place, but what Raven did was gave us a passion towards it, and really showed us the way to change. And I think ever since that time, we have definitely, me personally, definitely grown in all of this. And you were right, Kevin, right? That pushing forward on predication has meant, well, lots to me since then. I can build a lot more firmly upon the knowing of this, what we're going to go over. But I think I've missed the one that I me personally wanted to go over, because we started with predication in the earlier one. But we'll go back to that. Anybody else?
Yeah, Paper, were you going to say something?
Yeah.
Yes, I think that from this we can say, or I can say at least, that I am more cautious with words, because my words may be under attack. If I am trying to formulate any argument, my words may be under attack. So I have to choose my words carefully. And this is where it starts to good definition from good definition and good predication, accurate predication. So I am also thankful, because this is, I think, as I remember, this is piece when I joined here. I think.
Yep.
I think so. Looking in the chat, there is the Paper. You are in the top, in the chat as we're talking with this. So, yeah, this is exactly what we were hoping would bring in more people, a different sort of idea than what most people thought we were. Right? We've never been that whatever everybody else seems to think we are. I think we've always been about this.
For me, this was first time, and maybe it was accident, but generally I was seeking for that kind of conversations and topics, generally speaking, because I was always interested, not always, but from some period of time, very interested in logic, philosophy, and science, but jumping here, I think it was just maybe accident, but I'm happy that it occurred.
Yeah.
We are too. Yeah, definitely. I will say this from my perspective, piggybacking on what Paper just said about choosing your words and being careful because they can be under attack. What I've noticed since the end of April is that, at least to me, maybe it's just me, is we've been more under attack from, call it, both sides, right, of the shape of the earth argument, shape of big E deity, uh since we have all been careful about the words and really going through and identifying it, being as clear as possible with the words that we're using, the definitions of those words, what they mean. It seems to me that there's been a lot of angry people since this time that have come in here while we've gained some, at least I'll speak for me again, some clarity around this thing.
Yeah, well, I would say, now I don't know whether I'm contrasting it weird, but like you say, the angry people, I'd say I've actually found more of that ataraxia thing. I found peace and happiness, and I don't know whether
Personally,
because
yeah,
I found that personally, it seems like the other people seem a little bit crazier or whatever. It
that could
just.
be.
But we
Yep.
have been saying for a while, haven't we? I mean, how much crazier can it get? And it may be a reason that I'm becoming calmer that makes other people seem more crazy. I don't know. I don't know whether I was partly living in that world before and now I'm in a different place. I know I am
Could very well
personally in
be.
a different place.
Yep. I'm with you. Okay, I just wanted to ask that because this was the start of it, and we've been, like you said, Bev. It seems like it's been a lot longer than end of April.
Yeah.
Basically 3.5 months now. Is that what it is?
It's not
But
much, is it? It does
no,
seem like a
it
lot
seems
more
like
than
it's a
that.
lot longer. Okay, thanks.
Right. Anybody else? Anything to say? No. All right, I'll play it on.
I found, just to get the ball rolling. I haven't produced an extensive list, so don't be find it's going to be death by PowerPoint or anything like that. I'm not going to just reel through loud and loud of definitions that I've cropped off the internet. I've just put a few just to get the ball rolling and just to get your brain juices flowing, really, to see what people can come up with. The ones I came up with, fairly obvious ones. It One is looking at the origin and the history of where the word predication came from, and I found this on a site called Wordsense Dictionary. Basically, Middle English. I mean, I can't pronounce half of these words, but I'll give them a go anyway. My Middle English isn't that brilliant. Predication, from Anglo-Norman predication. And that's from Latin. I'm sure we've got some good Latin speakers here, but I'll destroy this Latin pronunciation. But predicatio, from predico, which is a noun, and basically all that comes down to mean that predication, and plural predications, is a proclamation, an announcement, or preaching, an assertion, or an affirmation. And in the case of logic, it's the act of making something the subject or predicate of a proposition. So basically, it's that a predication is making a statement about a subject of a sentence. So it might be something like, that book is blue, where the book is the subject and the predicate is the colour blue. That's how I understand that. Do you want to have a chat about this particular slide, or do you want to go straight on to the next one, Kevin? What do you think?
No, we'll go down to the next one, I think.
Yeah.
And then
So
I can.
that was just one that I came up with. We came up with. And then this one, I think I'll hand this one over to Kevin to talk about.
Yep.
Because it relates. You were looking at chapter 3 specifically, weren't you? And
Yep.
you put this slide together.
Yep. That's fine. Yeah, the chapter 3 of the categories, and it got us to talking about, or deciding that we needed to go back and talk more about predication and what that means. both in the modern sense and I think in the ancient sense, because they're, at least from my research, and I think Raven would agree from his research, there may well be a difference in how predication is understood.
Yeah, I agree with that. Agree.
So the maybe I can say simple definition, I guess, but a definition, a modern day definition of predication is something that provides an affirmation or a denial of the subject of a proposition in logic. And I give a couple of examples here because the references that we used that are listed there, and there's a nice YouTube channel, although they don't have a lot of subscribers. There's a lot of good stuff in there called Takeout Trivium. We grabbed some of this stuff from there, but that is basically the Merriam-Webster's dictionary definition of predication. So a couple of examples, Raven gave one. Socrates is a man. So we're making an affirmation that Socrates, the person, is a man. Or this pen is blue. If I'm holding a blue pen, I'm affirming or making a statement in the affirmative of the subject, the pen, that the pen is blue. So those are examples of predication. And as we'll see a little bit later, we get to try to understand what genus is, which is sharing a general aspect of something. So we get the word general from genus. An example of that might be a triangle is a planar figure. Well, there are lots of other planar figures, but a triangle is one of them. So it shares a general aspect of planar figures. And then you can go to species, which is specific. And that's where we get the word specific from. Species, you can see the relation there in the words. A statement of the essence of a subject. What makes the subject what it is? So an example there, we all know this one very well. A triangle is a three-sided planar figure whose interior angles add up to 180 degrees. That would be a specific statement of the essence of a triangle. So here's a question for the Discord. This is where I want the Discord to chime in. We really need to have the discussion. The question I have for the Discord is a truth value required for predication? And let me give you an example. If I have a blue pen, the blue pen is in my hand, I'm holding it. Clearly, I know it's a blue pen, but I say the words, this pen is red. Is that okay? Is that an okay thing to do as a predicate of the pen, the blue pen, that it is red, because I make the statement? And I'm going to stop there, and I really want to hear from the Discord and see what y'all think.
I would say no, that's not correct. The proposition is a statement of a concept that can be true or false. So the predicate should affirm with truth or deny the false statement with truth. I think a predication requires truth, in my opinion.
I would be. Okay. Has anybody changed their minds? Because before everybody else goes, I don't know whether John's actually here or not. I was hoping to stop it a bit before that.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah. But
well, that's why I let John go first then. As though you're here, John. Has anybody changed their minds or anything? Any of that predication?
I didn't. It means that because word can, I think in English has two backgrounds. That can, it means you should or you shouldn't, but in that meaning that you are able to, yes, you are able to lie.
Yeah.
But you shouldn't.
Yeah. Is that then a predicate? Or is that a lie?
This is false statement of fact.
Yeah.
So it's difficult to say if it is predicate or not, because you are predicating about something that is not true. So you are maybe predicating about something you think, and not in predicating about something that is in reality.
Yeah, to me, my view on this has just got stronger, really. In order to do any sort of logic or anything like this, you have to tell the truth, right? If you have to have something there to predicate upon, then you also have to tell the truth about it. Otherwise, it's not a predicate. You're just lying or bullshitting. You're making stuff up, right? If you're predicating on something that doesn't exist, then you're not predicating. You're just bullshitting. You're fantasizing about something. And if you're actively telling a lie, then that to me is not, you're not predicating upon the pen if you're lying about what it is.
And after this, probably a couple weeks later, and you'll hear the robust conversation that happens around this, because there are people who disagree, right?
Yeah.
I would say in modern times, technically, yes, you can predicate upon the blue pen that it's red. You can, this goes back to what Betty was talking about when he talks about a valid statement or not, or a valid argument or not, right? It's valid, right? So we had this conversation maybe a week or so ago in the live chat. 2 + 2 = 5. Is that a valid form of a mathematical statement? Yes, it is. 2 + 2 = 5. Now, is it correct? Nope. It's totally wrong. One could say that's a lie, right?
That's
But
why
yeah, go
that's
ahead,
why
Piper.
I distinct between, and I said it to Baby,
Mm-hmm.
distinction between formal logic and material logic. So formally, yes, 2 + 2 = 5 is formally correct, but it is untrue. So
Right.
material part, truth, there is no truth in it. So predication has to have two components: correctness and truth. You have to have both. And now modern logic now just is getting rid of this part of material logic, which is truth, and just is focusing only on formal part.
Yep.
And this is not enough, and was not enough for Aristotle, and I think for most, or maybe even for every philosopher back in the day.
I agree. And I think I say it in here as Bev goes forward. You'll probably hear me say, to me, the idea that you can that it is okay to predicate upon something that's a lie is where the sophists live. And I think that was true back in Aristotle's day as well. The ability to say that what I'm saying is formologically correct is how you get sophists, because the material of it, the thing that makes it what it is based on a lie. It's untrue. It's an untruth. But that's where the sophists live, don't they?
The argument, the non-argument argument.
Right?
Yeah, wrapping you up in the words. It's the semantics that people call semantics all the time.
Yep.
When actually one of the tricks is to call people on your thing. It's a sophist trick to be able to do this. There's loads of little nuances and tricks that go on with all of this sort of stuff. This logic I consider as the wizardry of the mind. You can play with people within these arguments and convince people of falsehoods if you are clever with your words. And the only way for you to stop being influenced by these people is to learn it yourself. It's the only way to get around it. And you have these foundations, and this is the foundation at the beginning of where we start. Do you say at the beginning you're going to accept logic with lies built in? And then should it be for you to find the lies all the time? Because there are definitely people who will, like Betty was saying, they'll use any sort of trickery possible to get around wherever they're playing, whichever games. And this one, to me, is the sticking block. In fact, I think this is where an argument is won in the terms of the things and the predications upon what we talk about the thing. This is the most vital thing I've learned. Everything within the identity of the thing that you're talking about. You've got to get that right. If you don't start off with an understanding of a truthful fact about something, how do you put these truthful facts together to end up with a truth, a proof? If you've inbuilt a lie or a fallacy in there. The job of logic is rooting out these fallacies. So surely the fallacy of starting off with a lie within your predicate is it's a ridiculous concept for me to even imagine. I can't think why anybody would have done that in the past. I definitely understand why they're using it in modern times. The sophistry is rife all around us. This is the only way for you to root it out. And it'll probably end up getting you a lot of hate. We definitely got a lot of stick for sticking to these predicates of truth. Anybody else got a... I know, mate, like, I'm passionate about this particular thing. It changed the way we now look at these arguments. Every one of the arguments, you take it right back to advanced simplicity, right back to the beginning, the first principles of everything. Start talking about the identity of what it is, and then you can build the argument up from there. But you have to know what it is you're starting off with to know where you're going to end up. Sorry, I keep speaking. Has anybody else got anything to say?
I can only give one example that our awareness of predication is growing, because last time, or maybe not last time, but the time that Rumpus came here and he asked a question for me, if in how many is a line one-dimensional, and in how many dimensions it was. So he was trying to separate being one-dimensional from being in one dimension. And that I was aware of that, so I didn't answer a question as he wanted. So he got nervous, and he said that he is done with me.
Yeah.
Because
He'd spotted the trick.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's about predication in practical discussion.
Yeah, that's what I think we should be doing here. This isn't like a formal trivium or anything. I mean, look at us. Look at what people say about us and everything. This is a street talking. This is street debate, being able to converse with people. get your points across. When faced with some of the strangest people with some of the strangest views you'll ever meet. This sort of stuff is much needed. Was definitely by me, and I'm enjoying every minute of this. So do you want to hear what we talked about then? Let's hear what our answers were back then. Be the same.
I would say that it's a conditional qualifier for whatever the subject is. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be true, just agreed on with whoever it is that you're talking with, in the communication.
Yeah. I guess I made this point a bit earlier. If you are colorblind, right, and you were to make that statement, and somebody else, because I mean, to you it might be true because you're colorblind, right? You see that color, but somebody else may say, no, it's not actually. Not to me anyway. Do you know what I mean? Then you could be mistaken, right? It could be a paralogism that you're unaware of that somebody else may be pointing out to you, but you wouldn't be intentionally lying. Whereas I think that the truth value comes into it at that point, right? If you genuinely know it's green, yet you say this red pen, then whoever it is you are talking to, you are lying within the predicate that you're making there. It's a false statement, but it can only be done in order to deceive somebody, and I wouldn't think that's what I was meaning to be going. Yeah.
Because he'd have to confirm that it is red or blue.
Yeah, but they could also be in on the game, right? Within the lying game, if that's what's going on. So,
well, also, I mean, if it's a difference in like language, I mean, the pen being blue or red, I mean, it would be hard pressed to say that, in some language, red would be blue and blue would be red, whatever, vice versa. But, if you're communicating between just two people, you and somebody else, and you both can identify the color red, then saying that the pen is red, the red would be the predicate of the pen, the subject, and you can either agree on that or not, and saying that it's blue would be a disagreement of that predicate.
I don't think you should be arguing about a predicate though, right? We're not even into the argument stage.
They could both be colorblind as well.
Yeah,
it's like one of the examples that I've read is Socrates is a man, which is a statement of manhood. So that if you're identifying the predicate as what a man is, then saying that Socrates is a man would be a true statement if you are under the understanding of what a man is, of what the predicate is. So the predicate is something that is like pre-established prior to making the statement about the subject. But if it's not an agreed upon term, then there needs to be further investigation of where that agreement would be.
Yeah, I think that's the idea of a predicate, right? You have a subject, right? You have to start off with a subject, whatever that may be. And then you can predicate upon it, and somebody else could too. And you could see whether you come to an agreement. And then that's how you come to an understanding of what it is that you're talking about.
Coming to
terms. If there's no agreement,
Yeah.
then there's further investigation through the grammar and the rhetoric.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
There's a logical reason.
Well, that's when we get to the logic and the rhetoric, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
that's where the actual discussions, or when you're conversing with someone else, takes place. The question for each of us is, in the language that we use when we communicate to one another, is that question: is a truth value required? Now, we've got some I've seen the YouTube chat, and at least one person is saying absolutely not. A false statement is still predication. So you could hold a blue pen, know that that pen is blue, and say this pen is red.
Sophistry.
You can say that. There's nothing
No.
stopping one from saying
yeah.
that.
Yeah, but you're lying. That's sophistry right there.
You could say the pen's a dog, but it's not. And the
You're
color-
intentionally misleading.
Yeah, I'll just jump in here. I'll just jump in here quickly. In one of the books I use for reference, it's the Trivium, the Liberal Arts of Logic. Can't see the author's name, but anyway, she talks about 3 kinds of truth, and one of them is something called the logical truth. And the logical truth, this is the statement that this book is, that the person that writes this book is making about the a logical truth within the concept of the Trivium and the system that we're talking about. And it says a logical truth is the conformity of thought to reality. Its opposite is falsity. So the truth that you're looking for is, does it conform to reality? So, when you're talking about saying that the pen is blue when it's obviously red, that's not conforming to reality, is it? So it's a falsity.
Yeah.
So that would be the take I would have on it.
I wouldn't want to get in a conversation with someone that's holding a red pen claiming it's blue.
Yeah.
And they're not colorblind.
So that really is the question. And Brenda in the chat is saying absolutely not. I'm the only one who understands the subject here. I will cede to Brenda that the the statement that she made, that a false statement is still predication, is by and large true today. I'll cede that.
Yeah.
I think that's right. Our question is for our conversations here on this Discord, because as Bev said, we want people to come in. We want people to take part in the conversations that we're having. Is a truth value required for predication as far as this group is concerned?
Absolutely.
You're saying based on the conformity of today that the falsities can be a predication?
Yes.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yes.
Yeah, they can make up any old shit. You know that. And they do.
I know. I'm just trying to get a good concept of this predication thing because I want it to be set in me.
Well, what happens, I think, a lot of this time is they predicate on something that isn't real to start off on. Like you hear it all the time. On the model, it says, right? And then there's the predicate from the model that isn't real.
Yeah, it's like the if statement in an if then statement, or the if part of an if then statement. It's like if, well, show that first.
Yeah.
They can predicate all day long. It doesn't mean nothing.
See, I think that's where we have to keep on the track with where Raven said and Kevin said for this server, right? In order for you to predicate something, it goes back to the very first lesson, the in and the of, right? If you're talking of something, then you need that something there to speak about it. And that's where we need to make sure that there is that thing that people are talking of. They are predicating upon something that is real in reality. Has to be. I mean, I think that's why we're in the position we are now, with not so many people wanting to talk, because we specifically do talk about truths, about real things. People don't like
And
talking about that. Go on.
yeah, exactly. And those are the there's two things, at least in my short, albeit short, research on predication as Aristotle understood it and Porphyry commented on it. And the two aspects that came out to me were, number one, specificity. That, as Bev said, you have to, in order to predicate something, that something has to be, or should be, I should say, should be real, or at least you've come to terms on it, right? If it's some concept that you have, and I think I had used this example with Bev a little bit earlier when he and I were having a conversation. If I say the cat is orange, but there's no cat in front of me, why am I predicating orange of the cat? I can say it, but there's no truth value there. It doesn't matter. Have I predicated a sentence that says the cat is orange? Sure, I did that. Okay, so what? What does it mean? So in everything I've looked at, there's a need for specificity. This cat is orange, and everybody knows we're talking about this cat because here it is, right here. There's the cat. It's orange. Look at that. Okay, this cat is orange. Great. Now I've predicated something of that cat, but it's that cat, right? That's the specificity. The second thing is truth.
Yeah.
It has to be true. Because if we have a cat sitting there and the cat is orange and I say that this cat is gray, okay, I can say it, but that also becomes meaningless.
Yeah.
At least that's what I found.
What Ben was talking about earlier with the colorblind person and the color of the pen, in that case, wouldn't both predicates be true?
They could well be true, yes.
I mean,
when you're
for the
talking about color.
person, yeah, the colorblind person, that's their reality.
Correct.
That's the color they're seeing.
That's correct. That is correct. And
But they are being honest.
Yes, that's right. They're being honest, number one. And number
Right.
two, I think another person, if there is another person there that is not colorblind in the same way, is going to say, wait a minute, what do you mean the cat's orange? Are you off your rocker? Of course the cat's not orange. Right? And then you'd have a conversation about that if both parties are being honest and saying, well, I see it as orange. What do you see it as? Well, that's really interesting. And you carry on a conversation like that.
Predicate
both parties
further.
have to be honest.
Right?
Sure, predicate further.
Yeah, just to find out the truth of the matter, right? You keep going to find out what's going on. That's the idea of the predication, I think. That you can come to terms about what it is that you are talking about. Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think that you can determine the truth value in a statement based on its predicate.
And I think that's one of the reasons that Aristotle came up with the 10 categories, which is part of what we were talking about when all this sort of came up. And with those categories, to categorize the predicate, when you predicate on something, that allows you then to categorize things and to group things together and eventually to form the genus and the species and the specific species where you got the essence of the subject. If you can't trust the predication, how can you get your categorization right to even come up with a genus and to come up with a species? And that's where you get confusion within the species, such as like the triangle. You know, a triangle is a three-sided planar figure with interior angles add up to 180. If you've got confusion right from the beginning and sophistry about the reality that you're talking about, then of course you can end up with a species that contains a triangle that contains more than 180 degrees because you started off with a lie, you started off with a falsity.
Yeah,
and you
right
can't,
at the beginning.
You can't categorize properly if you're not starting with truth, with reality. And that's where I would always put my stamp on it, is what's being said, does it conform with reality? Is it what is really there? There can be a discussion and an argument about what people are seeing or experiencing, and some things are purely emotion based and feeling based. I don't see that you can you can predicate on those things because they are too personal. I mean, that's just my take on it. It's got to be based in reality, otherwise you can't categorize correctly and end up with the correct genus and species and categorization of reality to work with. That's what I think.
So, yeah, I totally agree. But I want to go back to what Mobius was saying. Mobius, did I hear you correctly that you were saying that you can't get to a truth value with predication? I don't want to misquote you.
No, I don't think that I'm not saying that you can't get there. I'm saying that you can't determine the truth value based purely on the predicate.
And why is that? If I have the pen and the pen is blue, but I say this pen is red, why can't I get to a truth value in your opinion?
Because just merely making a statement doesn't prove that the statement you're making is true.
So then would you be of the opinion that a truth value is not required for predication? You disagree with that?
I'd say that it's not a determinant factor of truth. I would say that in order for a statement to be true, the predicate has to be true.
There you go.
Isn't that giving it a truth value?
Yeah, it has to have a truth value throughout.
Yeah.
You can't inject a falsehood anywhere in
agree.
if you're going to end up with a truth at the end.
And conformity doesn't make it true either.
Yeah, I mean, I think what there is in this is there's you can't lie or you can't not tell the truth. Well, you can, definitely. Everybody can lie. But the idea of this is if you want to end up with as close as or as the best you can, a truth value, you need to have a way and a formula to be able to start off telling the truth and explaining exactly what it is so everybody understands what it is that you're talking about and nobody can be in denial about that, and follow through with an entire system of truth values that work through a process that works, and you end up with the closest you can get as a truth at the end. If you don't have truth all the way through, it fails. It's an explosive logic system.
Do you think that would work in engineering? You know, like if you vocalize the way to make something. Do you know what I mean? Like, and every part of that has to be a truth, right? Because if you don't, then so you have to be. I just thought the pen is and the color is not quite as important. Well, it is as important, obviously, but I think.
Yeah, the color was perhaps a bad example of what it is. That, you know.
Well, maybe we can, just think about.
If the way I think about it is geometry, right? And the easiest way to think about it is a triangle. Now, at the starting base of that, if you end up saying, well, straight lines can curve, right? Then where does that leave you with your geometric system for, you know, if right at the beginning, as you're defining something, you can be vague in your definitions or you could blatantly lie and say an untruth. Like, where would that get you? Nowhere. In my opinion, it has to be a truth. And it will end up telling you who's worth talking to and who isn't. Right? You'll want to talk to the people that are going to talk truths to you. And if you can spot the people that don't talk truths, if you can have that reasoning ability to be able to see through those lies, then you can spot the people that it isn't really worth talking to. I think that's what we're doing here, isn't it?
Well, that's the intent anyway, right? I mean, because again, you can pick any example you want. I was trying to make it as simple as possible, and I do like the triangle one. But again, you could pick almost anything. I think I used the example earlier of there's a my car is parked in my driveway and I point at the car and say that car is moving. Okay, so I predicated moving of the car. Is that correct? I mean, is it correct grammar? Absolutely. If I went to a grammar school and asked my old English teacher, if I write on the board that car is moving, she would say, absolutely, you're 100% correct. That is the correct way to predicate moving of the car. However, if that car is parked in my driveway and I've just pointed to it, well, there's something wrong with that. But I have predicated it. Again, the question that people on this Discord server need to take away is it important to have a truth value when we are predicating things?
No, absolutely not.
Of course it is. I mean, for me, absolutely. I don't want people lying to me in talking about something.
Is that the question, though? Yes.
Yeah, that is the question. Yeah. Is the truth value... Again, the question is a truth value required for predication as far as we are concerned, right? Is it important to note that you can say the car is moving when it's parked in the driveway, but this group wouldn't accept that, right? At least I don't think we'd accept that. We would say you have every right to say that, but you're either deluding yourself or you're lying because the car is parked right there and you just pointed to it and said it's moving. It's not moving.
Yeah, relative to the model in my mind.
Of that, we are in total agreement. Yeah, absolutely.
Because
just the fact that we have to say that is...
But they are. That's what we deal with, right? Every day in our conversations with people, we deal with this very issue. Adam's just pointed it out in the chat. That car is actually moving on the globe Earth model, right? Very fucking fast.
That's funny, though.
But it is, though, right? I mean, they're the things that we need to deal with. I mean, how do we go about that? Can it be a truthful statement within the framework of a model? I mean, will we accept that? I mean, I don't, because it doesn't make any sense to me. But that's put me in this position. Now, it's like, what do people accept within this framework of these things? Because I know it's a troubling thing for people. I seem to have an ability to, like, not bother about the model and just go with logic. How many other people are willing to do that? Because it's a lonely road.
And again, I think it goes to observable reality. And I think Raven had said that, right? So Are we dealing with concepts or are we dealing with observable reality? Because to me, that's what you can predicate for sure, is observable reality. Yeah. But again, to the point of color and color blindness, and are the parties being honest in how they observe the world? Okay, we can have that discussion. That's fine. But
that's
the
not
thing
the
that struck me,
right?
Right. The thing that struck me is the language used today and the way the grammar is used today is pure wizardry, in my opinion.
Yes.
It's gotten to that point. Which is why I wanted to bring it back to this question.
Yeah, and I'd like to keep on this question too, because that's a very, very important point. Is how many of the word plays, the games that they play already, are we going to deal with? I mean, is it even worth discussing them? Or, well, I think it's obviously worth discussing them to point it out, to continue having these discussions. Sorry, John, go on.
Oh, that's right. I was just saying, and without truth, in my opinion, the predication has no value.
Exactly. Well, there you go. Is it meaningless, right? Does the sentence that you've just uttered become meaningless then? And then what's the point of communication?
I guess it depends on the context of a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you're talking about fiction, if you're discussing a fictional subject, maybe it would apply. But
you can't. You can't predicate in. you can only predicate of. That was what we did last week. It's always, this is why it's going to be a backwards and forwards thing, right? In order to predicate of something, you need to have the something there to predicate. If you're fiction, you know, if you're thinking of something in your mind, like the orange cat earlier with Kevin, like it's a vacuous truth. You can't predicate on vacuous truths. It's
it
a
could
lie.
be a model of something, couldn't it?
All
What
words
model
have
of something
meaning.
that-
Sure.
what would be the predicate in Superman's hair is brown?
There wouldn't,
Brown.
would there?
Brown would be the predicate, but to the point, right? It's meaningless
that
because
Superman
Superman
has hair
doesn't
at all?
exist.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So,
But all words
I guess
in
that's
reality
what I'm getting at,
have
it's like,
meaning.
there's no truth in that statement that Superman's hair is brown,
Correct.
except for that it's a character with a made up, characterization. So
Correct. But does that matter to us and this group, Mobius, right? That's the question.
No, we don't talk about Superman and his hair.
There you go, right? There you go. That's what was important to me when I pulled this together, and the reason why I initially had the word truth in the definition and the word specific in the definition. The way that I interpreted predication as I saw Aristotle use it, had a truth value in it. But it was worth having the discussion of what this group of people decide when we are thinking of language, and then when we're using language in logic and then rhetoric, when we get to those other parts of the trivium. Is it going to be important for us to at least try to get to a truth value if we can, as we're discussing certain topics? And again, that's going to be for each member of the group to decide for themselves. No one's telling anybody that they have to say anything or accept anything. But I've sided with Bev and Raven and others that have spoken here that, yeah, it's important for me to know that whoever I'm talking to is at least attempting to get to a truth value.
Is that Rakia here today or Rakia back then?
Is my mic on?
Yeah, it's all right. I'm playing an old video. I just didn't know whether
that's
was you.
a video.
Yeah,
Jeez, yeah. I didn't know. I just clicked on and I wanted to add something to the video. When we're talking about words in reality, they all have meaning, I think.
Yeah.
Like whether they're false, true, an intentional lie, or not, the meaning is still there. It's when you're talking about fantasy that you can just say, whatever with no meaning. Does that make sense? Are y'all discussing the video or just listening?
No, yeah, it's about going over, because this is, remember when we went over the Trivium with Raven early on? That's what this is. It's the going back over the initial parts of the Trivium and how to see, how much we've learned, or, how much it's changed and how much the conversation's changed. And I think,
okay, I get it more now.
We're all definitely with you now. The words we were saying earlier, you might have missed it. This predication and the value of these words that we use when we're predicating upon something that has to be there. The truth value in all of those mean a lot more now than they did when we started this. For me. So.
And
trying to stay away from sophistry and telling the truth more with the precise words and being direct is just easier and more fruitful, right? Like that's how I put it.
And like Aristotle said, that your thought has to match reality, and then you have truth. But about truth value, because validation and value, it's generally the same. It means that validation is giving value to something. So because Bebby, for example, and his modern logic is rather stating that a validation of, for example, argument is when this argument is formally correct. And in Aristotle's meaning and normal meaning, I would say, it is not sufficient validation, because the truth value has to be there.
Yeah.
Not only correctness in the formal part of this statement. So, because it is correct, but has no value for me. So, for me, saying that something is validated because of formal logic is not good. I don't subscribe under this statement that it should suffice. In my opinion, and I think in Aristotle's opinion, it doesn't suffice. It is we need urgently truth value to validate something.
Yeah, which gets put in at the beginning with the predication, I think. I think Rakir was saying basically the same thing.
Yes.
As long as it's spoken of about reality and you're telling a truthful thing, that's good. But if you're talking about fantasy...
Yes, I am rather refuting, because, Baby came after this video. So I am rather refuting his meaning of validation something, because he was talking about many times about validation of proposition or whatever. So and he was omitting deliberately the truth value of something, and he was rather stating about contradictions and not truth value of predication. So that's I disagree with him strongly, and I think that his meaning of validation is not going with Aristotle's definition of validation, so to speak.
Yeah, I do. I think since we started all of these, we have had conversations that have led to us discovering paraconsistent logics, diletheism, more paralogisms, aporia. I mean, we have the conversations that we have lead to these new discoveries of other people, because people get triggered by what we go over here. It's one of the things that we do. We go over them and then we end up having conversations about them, which cause us to learn a bit more about everything. I really like this. Rakir, did you have anything else? What's he gone? Oh. We carry on again then. Is everybody all right with this, or everybody seems to be leaving? Sorry, people. I'm playing it again. Carry on.
Does that even have to be stated?
Yes, it does. Yeah,
it
does.
I know.
Right?
But I'm just saying it like,
Yeah, I think it does.
It's a tough conversation. It's a much tougher conversation to try to stick to truth values, right? Because people really get upset with you.
It's like saying to somebody, hey, dude, let's have a conversation now. Let's talk plainly. Would you like me to give you a whole lot of bull? Or would you like me to give it to you straight? I mean...
Yeah. And I think...
The lady that wrote, I really respect the lady that wrote this. I know I'll keep going to this. The liberal arts, 7 liberal arts work that I'm reading through at the moment. As well as talking about the logical truth, she also makes this particular paragraph, which I think is really relevant to this conversation. and it's only short, and she says, a proposition is true if the relation it asserts is really as asserted, otherwise it is false. For example, a proposition which asserts a possibility is true if the relation is really possible, even though it is not actual. And then she gives the example. A raven may be red. It is, however, false to assert, as a matter of fact, some ravens are red. So that one to me seems to be talking that there has to be a truth value within there to make it a truthful statement.
Can you say that last part again? It doesn't sound. Maybe I heard it wrong about the raven, the color.
Right. Which bit do you want me to read?
The raven is red, and then all the ravens are what?
She's saying here, unless I could be misunderstanding it, of course. She says a raven may be red. It is, however, false to assert, as a matter of fact, that some ravens are red.
I would disagree with that.
In what way?
Because you can say some ravens are red. Why not?
It says it as a matter of fact, doesn't it? It's that fact word, I think, in that makes the difference in it.
I agree.
You can assert that a raven may be red, right? Because, I mean, it may have gone through paint or whatever. Who knows, right?
We don't know, do we?
Yeah. But it says, as a matter of fact, you cannot say some ravens are red.
A matter of fact.
Yeah, because you'd have to see the ravens, wouldn't you? You'd have to and state that they are red, not just painted red.
I think that's what she means. When she's written, a proposition is true if the relation it asserts is really as asserted, otherwise it is false. And so basically, if you can't say that some ravens are red, then it's false to say it. But you could say that a raven may be red, because you don't know what's happened to that raven to make it red, do you? And I think that's what she's trying to say, that how careful they have to be with language and how precise you have to be with it. And how careful and closely you have to look at some of these statements that people make, because they can easily catch you out and confuse you.
That's dead right. Absolutely, Raven.
That's why I asked you to repeat the statement. Yeah,
you can easily read that and think, well, no, some ravens are red. Then, it's easy to. I think it's so easy to trip you up just because of somebody's put like something can be something, and then they change and then said some ravens are red. Just a change of a word, and they can catch you out, can't they? And I think that's why we are studying so closely the language, because I personally, for one, have never learnt to look at language in this kind of detail before, and it's a real eye opener to me as we're working through this, how closely you have to look at this language. And learn it and learn to understand how it's constructed and how the sophists construct these arguments to trip you up. And I'm beginning to see more and more of that now, as I'm learning more and more about language and about grammar and words and definitions. I don't know if everyone else would agree with that, how important this seems to be becoming.
Getting the language so precise, it'd be incapable of telling a lie. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we're about communication, then these finer details, I think, are what I've been picking up on all along, right? These are how you, if you talk to people, you can listen to what they're saying. They do use a lot more, right? There's a lot more to pick up on in these words and the way people use words and the way people have to defend the words that they use. There's a lot of trickery with words. We call it wizardry, right? Where
you can even miss a word, like I did. As a matter of fact, I missed that part, right?
Yeah.
And changes the whole meaning of the,
Yeah.
So listening is very important.
And also asking the questions to go over it, right? Can we discuss that?
Can you repeat that, please, if you missed it, right? Sorry, I didn't. Can you please repeat that?
Yeah.
Right?
I don't quite understand it. How do you get it? You know, like have a discussion about it, how all of these things work. I mean, that's what we're about here. This is the communication, how we talk about things, how it all works like that.
And then I would add not ceding, not giving up the language, not ceding the language. And that goes back to our conversation, I think last week, of the law of identity and how this all plays into that. I mean, again, using the example of a triangle as a three-sided planar figure whose interior angles add up to 180 degrees. That is a triangle, because someone else comes along and says that, oh no, a triangle can have more than 180 degrees. No, it can't. Call it something else. I don't care, but it's not a freaking triangle, right? There's the truth value. And again, some people will accept that a triangle has more than 180 degrees, and that a straight line can be a curve. But we haven't accepted it here, and that upsets some people. Well, at least we know where that comes from now that we've had this conversation, is that we're looking for the precise, honest truth value in the statements that are made, at least here anyway.
Yeah, to the understanding of the triangle. I always like this geometry stuff, but the essence of a triangle, like I said to Raven, is 3 points. Now, those 3 points will be coplanar, and that plane established by those 3 points that has the straight lines contained within it is the triangle. That you can't bend any of those lines. So the very essence of the triangle is 3 points in space. That just they happen to define a planar surface.
Dare I say elemental?
Yeah. It's not the lines, it's just those 3 points in space. And where those 3 points are, that defines the 2D plane that the triangle is on. The triangle forms the plane. They both come together, and there's no way you can bend any of those lines. It's on a plane. Plane defines the triangle defines the plane. 3 points defines the triangle. The triangle has 180 degrees by necessity, but they're all wrapped up in one brilliant bundle. Togetherness. The shortest distance between each of the points defines the straight line, but does the straight line exist? No, it's just the shortest distance between the points. They're all matter-of-fact statements about something that come together and support each other. The very fact that we talk about triangles with more than 180 degrees just goes to show how strong this wizardry is. The manipulations of words that people have been using needs to be worked through. Go on, sorry.
That's all right. Just like you said, Bev, there. If you follow the logical step of where the triangle comes from, as laid out in Euclid's definitions, you follow each one through logically, you come eventually to something which is its own species in Aristotle's logical system. You come to the species, which is a statement of the essence of the subject, which in this case is the triangle. And what makes that triangle what makes the triangle unique, and the differentiating quality that makes it a species, because you can't separate it by making it any one of those members of that species different, is a triangle is a three-sided planar figure with interior angles that add up to 180 degrees. You change any of that and you've destroyed that whole logical framework that leads to that species of triangle. And you just can't do it.
Yeah.
Not without being completely illogical and pure sophistry.
Yeah. Having some
and
falsehood.
It's beautiful to see it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the perfect example of this. I mean, it's dead easy to go to geometry because geometry is already set out as a perfect, flawless, explosive logical system that hasn't exploded. So everything within it is a truth. It becomes different when you're talking about reality, right? Because that's when the emotions come into it. So, like Kevin was saying earlier, the whole truth value thing is how logical are we going to be within the system? I mean, do we allow for these indiscrepancies? Do we allow for contradictions within logic? Do we allow for a definition shift? Multiple definitions of the same thing, like I heard Rumpus say earlier. It was in a video. Don't worry, he wouldn't come around and talk. That there are multiple definitions for certain words. Different definitions, even, for the same thing.
How can you even communicate with somebody that has fluid definitions? It's impossible.
It is. It is. You'd
be talking gibberish, wouldn't you?
It took us years to find that out. Some people still haven't found it out.
Well, here's another thing to consider, and this is a bit further down the road than just predication, but it stems from this discussion, and that is if a truth value is not needed anywhere in what we're dealing with grammar and then logic and then rhetoric, then can you have axioms? Right? What is an axiom?
Self-evident truth.
Self-evident truth. If and doesn't this explain a lot, right? If one can not relate a truth value even in the simplest form of communication, which is grammar, it's the first thing we're hitting on in the Trivium, then how do you ever get to an axiom? Because there's no truth value there. And isn't it a wonder that our discussions around the 12th axiom has led to the 5th postulate, which has led to where it leads, right? Because there's no need for axioms. You could just get rid of axioms. You could just hand wave axioms, no problem. Why? Because there's no truth needed.
It's what they've done, innit? They've swapped axioms for shadow giant, the words of shadow giants.
100%.
Completely.
That is one of the biggest lies, what they did to the 5th, which is the 12th.
They did it to all axioms.
What they did is that they convinced people that a triangle is about parallel. It's unbelievable.
They took all axioms. They took the word truth out of things. They didn't want there to be established truths. They wanted to make their own truths again. which has led us to a position now where the truth seems like a bad word. Truth seeker is a bit getting like flat earther, right?
Mm.
They are changing that word, right? As though it's, I don't know, not like
It's a derogatory term now.
Yeah,
it is a derogatory term now. You're a truther type of thing, you know. As if truth should be they're trying to change truth to be something dirty and unnecessary.
something
And
against the
if you don't like
established.
that axiom, just change it. It won't matter. You know, that's the attitude that they've got now.
Yep.
Also, there is no truth.
There you go. I was
Truth is
just going to
fluid.
say that. I was just going to say that, Essie. Eventually, we're going to get to the conversation, and I think Spot On and others, Essie, as we've looked at the philosophers as well, we're going to get into, does truth matter? What is truth? Can anybody have a truth? Do you have your own truth? We're going to get into those things. We already have to a certain extent with the philosophers, right?
Yeah, truth is fluid.
Mm-hmm.
Just think of it like a river. You know, you change it whenever you see fit. That's all. Simple.
Whenever it suits you.
Yeah.
If you live in a fantasy, then you can do that. But establishing the reality of some things, then the truth of a cup being a cup is self-evident, right? When you can point at it and go, this cup right here, then I mean, that's you'd struggle to lie about that. You'd have to be some sort of a magician, wouldn't you, to be able to actually show somebody something and them not see it. Come back with this, a little bit of a break here. We were talking about truth back then, and we were also talking about they've got rid of these self-evident axioms, and they've just been replaced by dogma. Handed down, the words of the shadow giants handed to people, and that has replaced these self-evident truths.
Yep.
And that's
a
what
great
we were
way to put
going
it.
over last night. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some people, you don't have to accept these dogmas that you've been handed down, these shadow giants, the words of the shadow giants. You don't have to accept it. I mean, we've even been told that these living shadow giants can make up dogma right in front of our faces, and then we get told we have to accept it on the spot just because they've just made it up. Puts them in a powerful position in their minds mentally, but in the long run, where's it got them?
It is what happens with most religions, using the bunny ears, right?
Yeah.
That is what happens with most religions, is you replace any kind of self-evident truths with dogma. That's what you do. So that's very well said, Bev,
Yeah.
I think.
Well, what we're doing is, for anybody that's come in and listening, we're going over an old video that we did going over the Trivium. Now, the Trivium is the basis, I think, of how this particular server and my channel is going to be going. That this is what it's all about. This is learning, and this is us going over it. But this sort of thing that we do now, we've done it with geometry, with the Euclid's elements. Keep going back to the beginnings to learn more about how the foundations of what we're talking about. And this is the foundations of the Trivium. Always opens up a better conversation, I think, than what has been and the monotonous conversations of circular arguments. This these sort of discussions, I think, are ones that you can actually get somewhere with. But they're very, very basic, but they are the foundational things that we go over. So we're going over an old video, and anybody free to comment on it or whatever. Shout up if you're in the Discord. If you want to come into the Discord and then shout up, and we'll pause it and we'll carry on. I'll play it again.
Nature a specific truth created for us, and everything man's doing that goes away from that has to be a lie, isn't that?
Well,
that's nicely put, John.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
That's a deep comment. I like it.
That was very profound.
Oh, I'm sorry. Want me to retract that question?
No. I think it's something to ponder, John. Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree.
So, any other thoughts on this before we move? I thought it was important to get to the question on a truth value, and it's probably we're probably gonna continue to have these conversations about truth, where it fits in. Do we I don't want to say add it to the definitions necessary, but do we need to add it in the thinking of these types of definitions when we think about predication, or we think about anything else that we get into with logic and rhetoric? Is truth going to be an important thing? I think I've heard so far that, at least for us anyway, yeah. Yeah, it's going to be important.
I would say truth should be a central tenet of everything that we talk about and that we do. Personally,
I was just going to say that I think that a truth value can't be really verified when it comes to the senses, because they're well, I don't know if everybody's reading the chat, but like, it's perception dependent, and physiologically people are relatively the same but pretty much unique. Somebody might see something, a certain color, and because of their physiology, I mean, they might identify a certain color the same as somebody else identifies it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they see the same color. You get what I'm saying? Like, if
I do. Let me ask you this, Mobius. Let me ask you this. And maybe it's too soon to start having this conversation, but I'll ask it anyway and get the group thinking about this, because this is mind-blowing type of shit here. Going back to the blue pen, right? So I have a blue pen. It's in my hand. I know it's a blue pen. It's blue, right? But everyone else I talk to says the pen is red. What's the truth value? Can there be a truth value?
Yeah, the truth is still the truth, even in the minority of one.
You're trying to determine the truth within your own senses, and how do you validate that truth? That pen is blue to you, right?
Right. So is truth consent? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say that's the truth that you can verify for yourself, but if you're going to verify your senses through somebody else's senses, you're going to come up with problems.
Agreed. So are we saying then truth is a consensus?
No, not at all. I'm saying that truth cannot be verified through the senses. I mean, it can be for yourself. You can,
right.
This is that, and this is what works with me, whatever. But, geometry isn't perception dependent.
Yeah. I think that's what they're saying in the chat as well. Color is a bad example, because it doesn't really matter, does it? You could be colorblind and not see any color, just black and white. You still know what a ball is, what a cup is. You can still talk of things. You just can't talk of color and color doesn't really matter.
Okay, in the chance of ruining any credibility I may have had, I had a UFO experience once. It was
That's
pretty,
it. Shut down the YouTube. Shut it down. We're done.
It was a pretty amazing thing, and I know I saw what I saw, and it'll always be true to me. Always, till my deathbed, I'll admit to it. I'll never convince anyone else that it's true. No one ever believes me.
So these
deal with that.
John, don't worry about it, mate. I think I saw the same thing.
There you go. Consensus.
Appreciate that.
But
you know what I'm saying. Well,
yeah.
You know what I'm on about. We'll have a chat about that.
Well, these are the types of conversations we're going to have, because you get to the point of what is objective truth? How do you try to get there? But it's good that we've started to have the conversation about truth values. How do we get there? And if I can, Raven, could you go to the next slide here, because it already
move on.
Go ahead, Essie. Sorry, go ahead, Essie.
I'd like to rephrase that question, because I was thinking exactly what the people were thinking in the chat. Can we say, I have a dog in front of me, but everybody else that I know tells me it's a cat?
Right?
Mm-hmm. How about that?
Yeah, another good one. What do you think?
I'll tell them all to go jump in the river. That's what I think. Plain English
There's
talk.
probably a dog out there that looks like a cat. That's the only problem there. I'd say alligator and cat.
Yeah, even better.
But you see where we're going, right? You see where we're going. You
Not
can
really,
say
no,
alligator and cat. Let's use that if that's a stark enough difference. If there's a cat in front of you and everyone else is saying it's an alligator.
Mm-hmm.
Right. What would you say, Kevin?
Is bloody mad, wouldn't you?
Is true.
Exactly.
I would think I was off the rocker or they were off the rocker, but one of us is off the rocker, right?
No, I wouldn't think that for a second. I would say you guys are nuts. That is a dog.
Could cats have been called alligators from the beginning and vice versa, though?
Well, that's the thing. That's a good point. Gods.
Yeah, but assuming we came to terms,
there you go.
Yes, that's different. Yeah.
Bingo, Essie. You hit it.
What makes a cat a cat?
Yeah, nail on the head.
The essence of it. That also hits it, Mobius. Exactly right. The essence, and
leathery
that goes
skin.
There you go. That's what makes a cat. Exactly. So that's the difference between of and in. And we'll get into the essence, what is in the essence of something that makes that something the something that it is. If that wasn't circular logic enough for everybody.
That would be the species, right?
Alligators don't push cups off the counter, so that's how you know the difference, really.
That is how you know the difference, for sure. Yeah, but that is where you get to species, and we're going to see that in the next graphic in a second. Go ahead, Raven.
Yeah. I was going to say, I think we've got to accept that these are really deep questions. Philosophers have been arguing about these things for centuries, so we can never say that we're going to get to
with all due respect. Hold on.
Go on.
With all due respect, that was not a deep question. Maybe we're going to get into some other deeper questions, but that was not a deep question.
Come on, you're kidding. Because it's already been there. Right? Is it a plane or is it a sphere?
Well, yeah.
That's still been going on, right?
The fantasy of our opponents.
It's the same as an alligator and a cat. A sphere and a plane. They're completely opposite things as far as I'm concerned. They couldn't be more opposite, and yet we are still having those conversations, right?
Yeah, with not intelligent people.
Yeah. With people that do say the opposite of what we say, right? We say we have a truth, and they think they do also.
Yeah, but that doesn't make this a complex question, right?
No.
Actually, will you concede it then if I admit that we will have the answers in this server?
Yeah.
Even if they don't have it in any other server.
No, I wouldn't agree with that statement.
Well, what would you agree with? And
I
then we
would
can
agree
move on.
with there's a limited amount of knowledge, and some things we can't know.
Oh yeah,
And
some things we
can.
can't. But do you think we can ever truly know what truth is then?
Yes.
You do?
I do. Certain things, yes.
Oh, so some truth, but not all truth.
No, we can know certain things are true. For example, I'm speaking to you right now. True or false?
True, yes.
There you go. Point proven.
We can't know the truth of the sun, right?
Exactly. Like not overthinking, like saying, is a cat an alligator? Oh, like that is some sort of question that some genius had to come up with, right? No. It's a simple question with a simple answer. A cat is not an alligator. End of story.
I'd agree with that, yes, see. Just before we move on as well, because we've talked a lot about truth and everything. As far as like defining predication, has anybody any questions about what predication means before we just move on? Has everybody got an idea now of what predication is all about?
I think this has been interesting personally for me because, like I mentioned last time about this very word, well, now it's in English, predication.
Yeah.
But when you did your original presentation, was it last Wednesday or 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Predicamenta was the word in the Greek text. And so I haven't personally, over these last, let's say it's a week or whatever, that I haven't gone into trying to look at this. It's just when you showed that original presentation, that word stood out to me, right? So I kind of want to bring this up now before you move on, because I think it's time. I've been listening, and it's been very interesting about how I understood this before we've talked about this tonight. And pre, that word we all know as the prefix, meaning what comes before. Dika, to me, is like to point out something, to show something.
Yeah.
And menta, as in mind, as in the idea, the core fundamental idea concept. And some of these examples are actually really perfect to my understanding, which I can try and change the example. Like Dika, to point out, to show something, you would necessarily need to have something to point at, to show. So let's say you want to show this rock is jagged. Right, before you can do that, you need the rock. And then the word jagged there is what you're going to have to come to terms on with whoever. But in this example, this rock is jagged. Then that rock you are pointing to and showing in that moment will be what sets the standard for what jagged would mean, if that's what your statement is, that this rock is jagged.
Yeah.
It's very interesting to listen to.
Yeah. No, thanks for that. That's really good.
100% agree with you, Saragaki. Yep.
Absolutely brilliant.
Brilliant way of putting it.
Yeah, it's cleared a lot up for me tonight. Well, you know, I reason my understanding of the word predicate, because I talked to you guys before. But yeah, today was a good summary. I enjoyed listening.
Yeah, I was talking about, and it's a new word for many people, I would imagine, right? And I was trying to go over whether there would be any other words that are like it, and I don't think there is. It's a word that has been wizarded away, because it's a word that's used to describe, like Saragaki just said then, you would use the something to help describe the predicate, right? The thing that you're saying this rock is, the rock being the example of what that word that you're trying to use is. It's that word that you're coming to terms with the person that you're communicating with. That's the way you talk to people and the way you communicate. You are coming to terms about the word that you're using to describe the thing.
That's the most important, I think, right there. What you just said right now.
Yeah, I kind of came in at what the end of Raven was saying. Was he like saying that confirmation by more than one of our senses is truth? Because like with color, you can only confirm with one sense, your eyes.
In the categories.
But like with the rock and the jagged edges, you can confirm with more than one sense. Is that the way to lead to truth?
It's how good you are at predicating something, right? That's the skill.
Yeah, that's to other people, but for yourself, I'm talking about. To start with, you have to convince yourself of what the truth is before you can convince someone else what the truth is. And using more than one sense, I think, is helpful in that way. Your eyes, your ears, and your touch to confirm them.
I mean, that might be that. That brings me to think about the way that Aristotle created the categories, because the object, the subject that you're predicating can be predicated in lots of different ways and will fit into lots of different categories. And that categorization, which helps you then look at the logical, where it logically fits within reality. You've got lots of things to help you with that analysis of what it is, because there's so many different categories that it can fit in. You know, size, colour, what it's doing, what it feels like. You know, when we talk about the categories and everything, and we move on to them, you'll see that there's lots of different ways we can categorise it. So in that way, the categories would help you verify the truth of what you're experiencing. I think anyway. So are we ready? Do you want me to move on to the next slide? Is everybody okay?
Yep. I see the white background again, Raven.
Right.
So
I don't know why. Nothing's changed my end.
okay, there we go. There we go. Yep, you're good. Yep.
I see you've gone on to some kind of standby or something.
That's all right. I don't think folks can read.
No, it's not very big, is it?
No, it's not very big, but I think that's all right. I think. That helps. Yeah, that helps a little bit. We may have to scroll a little bit as we go through here, but
yeah, you starting at the top or the bottom?
Yeah, we'll start at the top.
Do you want me to pull out a bit for the right? Oh no, I've gone on to the previous.
Yep. Yeah, zoom out there, leave it there for a moment, and
okay.
Let's chat about this for a second. I think someone in the YouTube chat actually hit on where we're going here, and I think Mobius did as well. Paper organist in the YouTube chat said special difference determines species, and that's true. So the example that was used in the research that I did for chapter 3 of the categories started breaking down between genus and species, and it goes through in one example of this that begins with substance.
Right, this is another one of the short break. This is another one of those little bits I think helped me. I know that this little bit here I've used, and I think I would go to this particular thing within the ether debate that's ongoing at the minute, where they're trying to search for proof or whatever. The ether cannot be defined because it is supposedly an elemental, but it's not an elemental that you can see. So therefore, there is no definition for it. That's why people can't talk about it. They can't predicate upon it. Can't make any arguments for it. And that comes down to this thing here now. This is how we make definitions. Would that be right, Kev? That's what we're doing here now, is to try and understand how we build definitions. And they start with, obviously, you have to start with something.
Correct. And again, maybe we go over that. I think there was a video that we did on another trivia night that talked about good definitions versus bad definitions and the use of genus and species and the difference between the two creating the definition. We'll probably want to go through that again and maybe practice with some of that, because again, this whole conversation around is it real or not? Can you then predicate upon it? How are you predicating? The same can be said when you get to definitions, because if whatever you're talking about isn't real, it's not in reality, you can really say anything about anything and you can create definitions however you want, right? Not to be on, I can move it away from this arena and say that is why when you have let's say a fiction franchise like I don't know, Lord of the Rings is out there now on Amazon, or Star Wars for folks that are Star Wars fans. There's lore, right? There's lore. It's all built. Certain characters have certain characteristics, et cetera, and then they just change them. Different definitions, so to speak, right? They just change the definition of a character, right? For those that are Star Wars fans, Luke Skywalker goes from a brave Jedi, who could do awesome things with the Force, and to a hermit that lives in a cave somewhere and is a whiny little snob, crybaby. I mean, that can happen. Doesn't matter, because it's all imaginary, right? But when you're talking about real things, it becomes a little bit more difficult to pull that little magic trick. So it's the same conversation over again when you get to definitions. Does truth matter? What does it mean? Are we talking about reality? Are we talking about imagination? Does it matter in the end? Is it material? It's all those same things.
I mean, is this all right for everybody, us going over this? Because is it a bit slow? Are we? Should we be talking a bit more? I think
don't know,
it's
but
good
it's pretty
stuff.
good.
Yeah, I can't believe how good it was back then. To be honest,
Me too.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. Is everybody all right going over this stuff? I mean, I don't know whether you guys have actually heard it before, whether it's old stuff or whether we're going over anything new. If anybody does want to come in and add anything to it, then feel free. I mean, that's what these days are for, just to all join together and hopefully learn more. The more opinions about all of these things, the better. We all learn from them. So come on in, get involved. If anybody's got anything you want to put in the chat, go ahead. Let's open this up a bit more. This is what we're here to do, and we're going to be doing this sort of thing a lot more. So I'll carry on.
And moves to, which is the highest form of generalization or genus, and then moves down as you folks might be able to see here. We might need to blow it up a little bit, but it goes to body, and then from body to animated body, and then from animated body to animal, and then from animal to rational animal, and then from rational animal to man, and then from man to Socrates, the individual. Now, at its most specific, down the bottom, Socrates, you can do no more predication beyond Socrates, because that's the individual thing. Once you get to Socrates, now you're only going to be able to talk about the essence of Socrates, the things that make Socrates Socrates, right? So Socrates may have had a crooked nose. He may have had a scar on his left cheek. He may have been 6'2". He may have had brown hair. All those different qualities, but that's not necessarily predication in this particular list from genus to species. What you can say as far as predication is concerned is that Socrates is a man. That's what you can say. You can also say Socrates is a rational animal, according to this breakdown of genus to species. Socrates is an animal. Socrates is an animate body, and so on and so forth. Okay, so this is where it becomes very important as to what it is that what is the thing that you're talking about, and why Saragaki's example of the rock being jagged is so important, because ultimately you need the rock, you need the individual thing, you need to be at the bottom of whatever it is, that lineage of things that you're talking about, that category of things, in order to then have something to observably point at, potentially hold, and say, this is that. The rock is jagged, right? Until you get to that point where you have that most specific thing. In the case for the example here, that is Socrates, an actual person, we think anyway, right? That existed. Socrates is a man. Gotcha. Okay, but we needed Socrates to get there. Now, could we have picked anyone else? Could we have picked Kevin? Yes, right. You could. Kevin is a man, right? You could do that, but you still need to have that most specific item to then be able to predicate, which is why I said earlier, to me, there has to be a truth value in there. Again, that's to me, or there should be a truth value in there. Maybe there doesn't have to be, again, because one could lie. So that's an example of a category. And what was covered in chapter 3 is basically the move from most general to most specific, and how predication works between all of those different levels, and whether or not you can go the other way. The other way meaning you can say Socrates is a man, but you can't say man is Socrates, because not all men are Socrates. It makes no sense whatsoever. Does everybody get that? Any comments on that? Is that pretty clear?
Yep. Yeah, the way I like to say is that you could say Socrates or whatever is an animal, right? But
correct,
that wouldn't be as good as saying Socrates is a man, right? You could say both, you could predicate both from it, but there's a more, steps that you could take in order to do that.
There's more specificity that you can apply in the predication.
Yeah.
I think that's where the specificity comes into it, isn't it? It's more specific to say Socrates is a man than it is to jump straight up to animal.
Yeah.
Even though both are valid.
Yeah, but it's in the way that we communicate, right? I mean,
yeah,
somebody may not be aware of those other steps. So, like for somebody to add in that more specificity, right? Then you go, oh, yeah, thank you very much. Or, like just to add it in. It's not always an argument in the waiting or somebody wanting to put one over on people. It's just a conversation to discuss these things. And I think it's how better to describe things to each other.
That's what I was just going to ask. Are you using predication in a sense of the description of something? Because that's how I think you guys are. That's how it sounds to me.
In essence, that is kind of what it is. Yeah. You are saying, you're affirming, remember the definition of predication, right? You're affirming or denying something of a subject, whatever that subject happens to be. In this case, Socrates.
Rather than description, would your identifying something be a better term or no?
It's not just a description. It's something, isn't it? But it comes across as like a description, doesn't it? No matter what it is, I suppose.
It does sound that way, yeah.
You know what it sounds like to me? And sorry, you guys wanted input, right? That's what we wanted input. Okay, I'm going to be honest. It sounds like mass to me. It sounds like a magic word, or they made it a magic word. It doesn't sit well with me, this.
What?
Which word?
Which?
What makes you
Predicate.
uncomfortable about it?
Yeah.
A word
About
predicate.
predicate.
Oh.
Is it the pre bit? Does it seem like
I
the
don't know.
word has to come first, or the actual individual subject has to come first? I think the predicate to me is talking about the thing that you know, it has to be there so you can talk about it. It needs to be there first. That's the pre thing, is the thing.
I gave the example of the rock.
Yeah, but then you said that you can lie about this thing, and still it can be a predicate. That's a bit of diletheism right there.
Because we were arguing that there has to be a truth value.
Right.
To make it a valid.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you see, it's kind of like wishy-washy in my mind. It's not like a direct thing, you know?
Well, if you want to look at it like, because I don't know, I was just thinking like specifications, like when you're looking at like the design of something, you're looking at its specifications. You know, in order for you to build this particular thing, these are the specifications that you have to apply to get to that thing that you're trying to build.
Can you lie about it and still?
Well, you're not going to use the ingredients for a radio to bake a cake. So I don't know if that answers your question.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not understanding it. Maybe I'm kind of slow today. I don't know.
I think SC, there's just a little discomfort in the word, as there is for me, because it's asking you to be very specific in your identification of a specific thing. And the word predicate. Go ahead.
Sorry, no, sorry. I thought you were done. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just saying, and the word predicate is relatively new to my use in a conversation. I'll be honest, I think I heard it in school, but I don't think I've ever used it prior to now.
Here we go. SC, I'll help you out. Paper origami led us onto this. Predicament. Have you ever heard of that?
Yes.
This is where words go, right? Number one, predicament. Noun. Situation, especially an unpleasant, troublesome, or trying one from which extrication is difficult.
That's easy to understand.
Okay.
Plain and simple. Yep.
Number two. One of the basic states or classifications described by Aristotle into which all things can be placed. A category. And then number three, that which is predicated specifically in the Aristotelian philosophy, one of the 10 categories. See category 1.
Now the third one is wishy-washy. What do you mean one that is predicated?
That which is predicated.
What does that mean?
It's just talked about.
Right. So I can talk about something. Okay.
It's described.
Mm-hmm.
So if I predicate Socrates, I predicate man of Socrates. Socrates is a man. I've just predicated Socrates.
It's saying something about something, isn't it?
Yeah. Saying something about something.
It's such a new word to people. I think that's where the difficulty comes. And he doesn't
No, but hold on.
In the conversation, does he?
You said that you can lie. It can also be a lie.
Anyone can lie, Essie. Yeah, it's just who do you trust, right? I wouldn't expect you to say, well, you said we could lie in a predicate, right?
Exactly.
It's like that grass is blue. It's like, well, it's not. I mean, I know it's not blue, but you said we could say it's like you can, but I mean, people do say all sorts of shit.
Yeah, agreed on that. Yeah,
right. That's why we just had the last conversation of the truth value and the importance of it.
And like something like a triangle, you know, the predicate is that it's got 3 points.
Yeah, well, I can predicate
angles.
that it can have more than 180 degrees. There. That's my predication.
Yeah, but,
a triangle has more than 180.
Right. but can you prove it?
Yeah.
See what I mean?
Yeah, but what we've agreed now is, well, I think that most people have agreed who are here, is that we wouldn't accept that statement and we would just say, that's sophistry, you're lying.
Here's the thing that's just come to me about this predication and all of that. Gord's put in the chat, right, the use of the word predicated is predicated upon you knowing the definition, which makes sense, right? But it also leads to the fact that a predication can help you define something, right? The predication should help you understand what a triangle is. Correct. By the act of you predicating upon it. It's sort of the way the Trivium works. It's the grammar, the logic, and the rhetoric. So the rhetoric can be you aiding somebody in describing something, to give the definition of something within the predication, to aid somebody within that. Does that sound sensible?
Yeah, it definitely is. And yes, Gord's is exactly right. In fact, I think you have to have a predicate to formally define something, because you're going to go between the genus and the species. You're going to go from the genus and then describe the differences to the species. That's how you get a good definition. We talked about that once in the Trivium. So in order to do that, you will have to predicate.
And you have to predicate truth, right?
You
can't get a definition of something if you aren't predicating truth.
You can have a bad definition, right? Or you can have a falsified definition.
Well, today I have clipped a bit, and thanks to paper again, I had a conversation with Rob Parks, Professor Rob Parks, where he paper asks Rob Parks about the definition of level, and says, you can't have a contradictory definition, can you? And Rob Parks says, yes, you can. Now that's a modern day professor that's saying you can have a contradictory definition, whereas I would definitely go against that. One of the definitions has to be false. Has to be. Or at least they're misleading people with sophistry in saying that they can have contradictory definitions.
How can you come to terms if you have contradictory definitions?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's where we're going now, isn't it? That with this this whole topic and everything that's going on now, we're finding that there's a group of people with no argument, contradictory definitions, and just sophistry. And they've been getting away with it for years. Circular arguments, round and round, no argument there. No real argument, anyway.
Definition is made of predication or predication upon this thing, but this is not just predication like the pen is blue.
Yeah.
But it has to be predication with a special difference. It has to predicate about special difference, because we are defining things means that we are putting them into some species. So definition or like doing that, this is similar. So this is not just predicating something. That straight line is not curved, because this is not definition. But in definition, you have to have special words to define, because define means a border to border, or from one side to other, or from one end to other end. So we, from definition, we should know when this thing is ended. For example, for triangle, the end of triangle in definition would be changing number of sides or angles. So if we change number of angles or sides from 3 to 4, then we are outside of triangle. That's why a triangle is defined as having 3 sides and 3 angles. So then we know, because of this predication, we are predicating upon triangle that has to have 3 sides and 3 angles. So if we haven't got one of these 2 predicaments, therefore we are outside of triangle definition. So not just predicament, but specific predicament to define.
This is funny to listen to. I remember when I first heard that word, I go, what? What are they talking about? They want to lie? What do you mean?
It's interesting, Essie. Let me ask you: Are you any different than what you were saying in the video here? Do you think, or the same
I
kind of
still think, yeah. It's interesting because now I know what it means to predicate. I know what it means, and the predicate part of the sentence. I know it's the district. I can't even say it. District. The part that describes the sentence, right?
Yep.
The predication part, yeah. But I still feel it's a wishy-washy magical term. Just say explanation or this. You understand what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I will say this: you are not entirely wrong, because that's how you get to the sophistry, right? You predicate something that's not true. You just throw it out there. You have bad definitions that you use terrible predication for, and voila, there's the easy road to sophistry right there. So you're not entirely wrong.
That's funny. How long ago was this?
It seems like forever, doesn't it? But it was only 3.5 months ago.
3.5 months ago, we got that word in. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I like the idea of this predicate, because it is literally, it's a word that it's gone. Not understandably so, right? It's gone for a reason, and that's because it's telling you that you have to predicate upon something that's real, and they don't want the word around anymore because they don't want people knowing that you predicate upon reality in order to find definitions of things within reality. It's all based in reality, this, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what got me. I said, what are they trying to say? You can lie. What do you mean you can lie? You know what I'm saying? I thought that it was like you can just make something up, predicate on, I don't know, on a pink pony, for example, right? Can you predicate on a pink pony?
If you've got a pink pony.
You have to, that's right.
Yeah.
Now, I thought you were saying, no, you could just predicate on the pink pony. That's how I took it.
Yeah, well, and I think I said it in the video early on when we were talking about predication, is modern day SE. Almost everyone you talk to will say, "Sure, you can." You can.
You see, that's where I got the beef right there.
Yeah. Well, we all did, right? And I think for the most part, we still do. But is it correct grammar? Yes. If you, like I said, I think I said earlier in the video, if you went to your English school teacher with the pony is pink, right? You should say, yeah, fine, no problem. There's no pink ponies unless you paint one pink, right? But there's no not naturally. So yeah, it's a lie, but it's fine. It's in grammar. It's fine. It's formulaic, as paper said, right? Formulaically, it's fine. But is it fine? No, it's not really fine.
It is not fine because you cannot do anything with that. Because if you have
Right.
false predication or false subject, then you cannot. Because why we are using predication and subjects? To create a sentence, and from sentences we are creating arguments and proofs. So if you are using a non-existing subject or a false predication, you cannot make an argument from that. For example, if we have a sentence that all men are mortal, so we can, and this is true because men exist and they are mortal, so predication is true, then we can make first premise from that. But if we have, for example, false predication that reptilians are immortal, we cannot create premise for argumentation and for syllogism. That's, yes, you can predicate that reptilians are immortal, but it is completely meaningless and useless in argumentation. That's why you can say that you can predicate, but there is no use of it. Is completely meaningless and useless in argumentation.
Yeah, which is the reason we are talking about logic. We're talking about Aristotle. We're talking about the Trivium and the Quadrivium. So the idea is to gain knowledge. You don't gain knowledge from not having an argument and just stating falsities. It's not going to gain you any knowledge if you can't provide an argument to put forward something where you would find a truth or a proof or whatever, to have a discussion about something. If you're discussing stuff that isn't real, well, you might just be on Discord.
I triggered Chaiki by saying, because this is example from I think Wikipedia. This all men are mortals. Socrates is a man. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. This is example of syllogism in Wikipedia. So, and now Chaiki is triggered.
Yeah, the pink ponies.
Beautiful.
Yeah. This is in the Discord. So if you wanna keep up with what all of the silly stuff, Chaiki's, because Chaiki is on his way to a nutsack, and he's leading the way at the minute. Chaiki,
can you predicate pink ponies?
He wants you to. He wants you to prove that there is
Here
none.
it comes.
He must be
Yeah.
like, there is.
There you go.
Definitely.
There you go.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yep.
Yeah. Pink ponies for Chaiki.
Prove that there are none.
Yeah.
Prove
Prove that
negative.
there's no pink ponies.
Yeah. He's not really done much in logic, has he? Right. Here we go.
It's false.
Now we're talking. Okay. We agree then. All right.
Because somebody can lie
like
about
Brenda,
something.
didn't Brenda say you can have it? Like, yeah, sure. We can. It could be a lie.
It's like the truth doesn't require agreement or belief. And so like something that can be proven without agreement or belief, that's something that's that goes beyond just understanding what something is.
I still don't think we've come to terms with the word predicate.
And I will say I don't disagree with you, Essie. I mean, we briefly had a conversation about this before. Remember, this English word, or the word that we use for predicate, it comes from the Middle Ages. This does not go back to Aristotle, right? Aristotle in his time had a different word for what we're trying to say is predicate. And I think I agree when I said my own language. I think you were there, Essie, when I said I think it's dodgy. I think the English language can be dodgy, right? I mean, and maybe that was, to put my conspiracy hat on, maybe that was the plan all along with the English language, is to make that the dominant language in the world, and so that we can play games like people can play games. I don't know.
Okay, I'll stay quiet from now on. I just can't help myself when I see something.
No, this is the conversation we have to have, right? I mean, or else we can't get to the conversations that we need to have here, unless we have an understanding of how we're going to grasp the language, how we're going to utilize it. Does there need to be a truth value when we do predicate a subject? Is it important for there to be some level of truth in there, or do you say I don't know, or hey, let's go find out, right? Do we do a test? Do we make it a theorem, as somebody pointed out, an assertion, and then maybe we find out later that there's an objective truth to be had there?
I mean, in some ways, I'd agree with Essie. When I'm reading any of this stuff, and it comes out with all the predicate this and the predicate that, and my mind doesn't automatically understand what they're talking about, because that word doesn't sit like naturally within my vocabulary.
Yep.
And I have to work it out. And a lot of the times I just replace it with talk about or describe, or, when you say, when we predicate something about something, you can change it to say, when we say something about something.
Correct.
And it means the same thing, doesn't it?
Exactly.
So
exactly, but not to most
I have to
people.
switch it in my mind, because predicate doesn't. I haven't got the neural connections that instantly gives me the understanding of what predicate means. I think it's getting there slowly. The more I read this stuff, I'm getting more. It's becoming a little bit more of a natural word. But a lot of the times, I have to think, and in my mind, I have to switch things around and change it and describe it differently. And I think that's probably the discomfort that you might be feeling. I mean, I can't speak for you, obviously, but that's the discomfort I've got around this word. That it's not natural to me, and I have to think about it, and I have to change the word round before I can understand what the person's saying to me.
If I was calling someone about a used car that was for sale, would it be proper to ask that person to predicate the car to me? Is that a proper way to say that? Would he understand what I'm talking about?
No.
Nice one.
No, not at all.
Nice
Nobody
one.
understands what this means, right? I mean, if we're struggling and we're trying to talk about it, you'd have to have had a really good education to understand this, or you definitely have to understand logic, right? Or you have to be trained in it.
You know where this all comes out is in the study of logic and philosophy, because in almost all the videos that I've seen that go through this, and many of them have been by university professors, it is all of this about predicating, especially when they're talking about the categories, which is where we are right now. It's chapters 2, 3, and 4 are all about it.
Could I also just point out here, right, because back to what I pointed out earlier, the Greek word predicamenta, I feel this English word predicate has somewhat lost a little bit of that meaning, to me anyway, because the Greek word gives me a meaning that the word predicate. And similarly, just because it was brought up, the word predicament also is not synonymous to predicamenta, that Greek word. In my mind, it's not anyway. So I think I could agree on that, in that regard, with you, Essie, that it's some of the meaning has been lost in translation, I think. And I think that's why it's important to have this conversation in the first place.
Agreed. That's my point. It's wishy-washy. It's like mass. Remember when I said it sounds to me like mass, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I think I understand where you're coming from. I mean, I have similar issues about this word, but I'm trying to push through and get a bit better with it. But
Yeah,
It's
and
not an actual.
yeah, and a reminder, it's not a word that Raven and I are choosing, right? This is the word that comes from in the English language that comes from the categories that in the organon. But again, I'll say that word is not used by Aristotle. It's an English translation of something. I don't even necessarily know what the something is.
No, this word wasn't invented until the 1500s, 1400s. It's not an original Greek. It's not a translation of an original Greek word. I don't feel. I think it's gone through numerous morphications.
Wizardry.
Wizardry.
They've waved the magic wand over it, haven't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, ask yourself, why do we have both the word predicate and predicament if that original Greek word is where this comes from, right?
Yeah.
I think, well, how was I going to say? Oh, God, I forgot what I was going to say. I'll get back to you.
Well, that's, as John's thinking about that's what I had. I'm sorry, go ahead, Movius.
I was just saying, and predict, like, what does it mean to predict something?
Right, all part of the same root.
Now, if you're requiring someone to predicate something, doesn't it put them in the predicament of being honest or dishonest?
That's a good one. I don't know. Perhaps it does.
Could you ask your question again, Mobius? I feel like I wanted to answer that. I literally just can't remember after John said something. Oh, predict, right? Yeah, I think there's a difference there because the dictate, to dictate. That's to me more like oh, I'm sorry, Mobius, you were robot bad. If I
here I'll
I think that's dika versus dicta. There's a difference there to me, because if dika is to show, to point out, dicta has to do with dictate, right? To put things down in word form. And that's slightly different, because to me, you can lie with words, but you can show someone a rock. There is a difference in the wording there between dika and dicta, to me. We use that word dicta, diktat, diktatur, which it has to do with the words, right? A dictator is the one who, his word is law. It's about the words, not necessarily about the reality that you're trying to use the words to describe. And you could literally just simply lie. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Sargaki. Keep going, but I'll chime in when you're done.
I think my point has been made. I just wanted to point out that specifically the word dicta, we literally use that word in my language, and so to me that's they are different. That's just what I wanted to point out.
Yeah, and exactly why I headed down the road that I headed down with that word predicate and how it's used and what you do with it, right? Because it's like you said, you can either show something or you can tell something. Show and tell. We used to do that when we were in kindergarten. I wonder if that has any significance, by the way. Right? So you could tell a story or you could show something in actuality. And I think, at least this is my opinion. My opinion is that Aristotle's point was to show, not to tell, because there's an effort to categorize things and get an understanding of things down from the most general of things to the most specific of things, and then predicate along the way for a better understanding of what those things are. To me, that's show, that's not tell. But you're absolutely right, because that's where I think that's where some of the wizardry comes from.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say real quick that back to the triangle, you can that it's got more than 180 degrees, but that's predicated on certain things true for that statement to be true. So, like, I can show you that the angle is 180 degrees if
Oh, we nearly got it all.
like you could actually, did I robot?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, throughout, but
dang it.
You roboted
All right,
out.
is this any better?
Yeah, that sounds good now.
Okay, I was just saying that I can show you that a triangle has 180 degrees if a circle has 360.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. But I can tell you
So
it
if
has more than 180 degrees, can't I?
The triangle has more than. You can tell me that, but you have to abandon a circle having 360 to do it.
Right.
To show it. So certain things are predicated on other things, and those things have to be true in order to show it to be true.
Yeah, but you cannot show it to be true, can you? That's the point about the triangle having more than 180 degrees. That cannot be shown to be true.
Right.
So you can say whatever you want, but you are not predicating it because there isn't the triangle with more than 180 degrees for you to show anyone. You're just fantasizing, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you can, like, was it Bolyai who said from nothing I have conjured up a universe, or whatever he said.
Right.
Like, you can do that. Nothing's stopping you from doing that. But that brings the whole subject of paralogisms and sophistry and, wizardry at large into the picture as well. And so it turns to a really slippery slope if you go that route, I think. I think you really want to avoid that.
Look at George Lucas. He made millions of dollars doing that.
Mm-hmm. It's the meaning of life, money. Yeah, it's a deep topic. Yeah,
it is.
Because a story, even though it's completely made up, right? It could still be, and everybody knows that it is, a beloved story that people want to carry with them, right? It has nostalgia tied up to it. It has the person's ego tied up to it. It has a lot of things that has been built on the story after the fact in that person's mind as well. It's it's interesting.
Yeah, go to any Trekkie convention and you can see people living that life.
I guess in that case, though, they all know it's a fantasy to begin with, so it's slightly different on that part as well, I guess, if we want to draw the comparison between globe versus not globe, for example.
Yeah. Okay. Did you want to move on to with the next slide?
Yeah, I think the chapter 4 is next, unless we want to continue on with any of this. But the last thing I'll say about this is that, this is kind of where Aristotle is going, is to get to these lists of or categorization, to use a term, of genus and species. And as you can see in this diagram, the last thing to point out is some of the middle parts of this lineage here can be both genus and species, because it's both general and specific relationally to the one above it or below it, which is an interesting point in and of itself. I think Raven may talk more about that as we go through here. But that, in essence, that's chapter 3. Very short chapter if anybody wants to go read it in the Organon, but it's wrought with some mental gymnastics that you have to get over, I think, which is why I thought it was a really good conversation so far.
These things are worth going back to again and again, really, to get to get because they all build. I think they build up on each other, and as you go back, you understand more of what was said before that you didn't understand the time before. But I need to get me right. Oh, no, that's no good. There we go. So let's see if that's any good. Chapter 4 is not particularly long either. I know we didn't go into the what's it called? Is it called the introduction to Aristotle's categories very much. In there, I think there's a lot more discussion around chapter 4, which I haven't put into this slide for this week, because I thought we're going to have enough dealing with the discussion around predication as it was. So basically, I'll just put in the bit that's in the organon to do with categorization. So categories, it's that which is predicable and that which we can say something about, that which we can say about something else. So basically, you can only categorize things that are predicable, which means that you can only categorize things really that you can say something about. If you can't say anything about it, there's no way of putting them into categories. Now, Aristotle defined 10 different ways in which we talk about things, and that's what they call the 10 categories. Aristotle is not saying that something only belongs to one of these categories. I think I said before, each subject can be predicated, or each subject can be described or talked about in many ways that fall into a number of these categories. And basically, all I've done is list the categories and a few examples, some of which are the examples that Aristotle gave, and some I've put in. It might be worth just looking down those, and most of them are self-explanatory. If anybody wants to throw any other examples in, or want to talk about any that I think is, some of them are a little less obvious than others. The only one I wanted to talk about in some detail, which I'll go to now and then flip back to this, is substance, which here he gives as man or horse. And basically, a little bit of detail about what substance is. The Greek for substance is ousia, and that which is one's own, one's substance, one's property, being. It's all to do with to be, being, essence, nature of a thing. So I think you get the idea there that a substance is about the basic core thing as it is to be. It's almost like the manifestation of the to be. Other sources describe it as stable being, immutable reality, substance, essence, true nature of that which is a member of a kind. And in logic, substance as the leading category, meaning that you can't predicate anything above substance. You can't talk of anything above substance. You can only predicate down from that. Fire-resisting substance, basically, that I think that's to describe it as being unchangeable. That it's basic nature that doesn't change. So out of the 10 categories, substance is given a separate category of its own. So you've got substance, which is its own individual category, which is just one to be sort of thing. And then you've got 9, what he calls, or what I've described as accidents. So when Aristotle talked about accidents, he's talking about the other 9 categories that we predicate into. So basically, does everybody understand that? Any of those that seem confusing, people want to talk about?
I'm not getting the relation part. Man or horse, double, half, greater. I'm not getting that.
Yeah, well, that's where you're talking about something in relation to something else. So this might be, this is this cup is half the size of that cup. You know, you might have a pint glass and a half pint glass. So it's the relationship between things. One thing might be greater than another thing.
Oh, but he's not talking about the substance here. I thought all these undercategories.
No.
Okay.
Substance would be like if you were saying the man is a substance,
right?
A horse is a substance, because it's something of its own essence. It's its being.
Okay, I thought.
And then these 9 things. The other 9 you predicate. So these are the ones that you can predicate with. So do you understand? So can you see that we're not talking? Substance is a category of its own, and then you've got these 9 accidents.
So could you say the substance is the the individual, right? It is the actual thing that you're talking about. You could put triangle there as the substance within the.
No, because it's a species, isn't it? Because that's an essence of as far as geometry is concerned, what would be the substance of a triangle? Okay, when I was, you remember, I put that that diagram in, didn't I? That I was playing around with, trying to do the diagram, the logical diagram to get to triangle, and I'd got the substance as being the point. Because you go back from if you go back from triangle all the way up the logical way that it's constructed, it originally comes from something that you can't say anything else about, which is the point.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I mean? So a triangle, you can say things about, can't you? You can predicate things about a triangle, and you can take it to the next level of specificity above that, where you'd be talking about planar figures rather than triangle. You'd be talking about more generally planar figures, which could be more than just 3 points, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Do you understand that bit? Have I made that clear?
Yeah, I'm struggling about the substance of man or horse. What the difference is between the two. If you're basing it down to its base element, like a triangle would be to a point, then
yeah. What they say is that like say the difference between a man and a horse is they are both substances because they're of their own nature. When you come down, when you predicate down and you start looking at the differences, the differences between a man and a horse is that they're both animals, but one is rational and one isn't.
Yeah.
That's how it divides down. But ultimately, a horse is. So you're not talking about the individual horse. You're talking about the nature of horse. So you're talking about what it is to be horse and what it is to be man. It's a higher level than an individual man.
Now I know why I don't like that word predicate.
Yeah, because it's the core concept, the underlying idea of what the thing is, the law of identity.
It's like its essence, isn't it? Right? The essence of man and the essence of horse. That's what they're talking about there. They're not talking about a horse or a man. If you see what I mean, they're just the examples that Aristotle put in there. But you could talk about what is the core essence of what it is to be. I don't know.
Can we stop here
Cup,
for a moment?
you know, what is it? What is the?
Yeah, there you
go. I could explain this on triangle because substance is what constitutes the thing to being as such as defined, for example. So for triangle to be a triangle, the triangle has to be triple in two ways, triple angles and triple sides. And this triple, double triple defines or constitutes a triangle. So if the substance is lacking this substantial thing to being triple, it is not a triangle. So this is property of the thing which constitutes what it is. So for man would be that has reason. So reasonal animal, for example. If without reason, man is not a man, it's not human. So the substance of being man would be reason. And for triangle is being triple in both ways. Without it, it's losing its substance, because substance in this is a Latin word. Sub means under, and stans, like in English, stantia, so standing. So without this being triple, the entity is not standing, is lying, is disappearing. So when to make it standing triangle, as triangle, you have to have this both triple property, being three-sided and three-angled, and this is substance. Without it, you cannot say that this is triangle. So that's my explanation for what substance is. It's making, creating, forming entity as it is, not entity as entity, that something there. I can see something there, because this is not substance. If we are naming triangle a triangle, it means that we are forming in our mind meaning of the thing which are predicating on, and this predication is like creating image of the thing in our mind. We know what it is, and the other accidentals, they can be, or they they can be not. For example, triangle can be equilateral or not, or with wide angle or right angle, but it doesn't constitute triangle. So if we have triangle with equilateral triangle, it doesn't mean that this equilateration constitutes a triangle. This because there are many different triangles, and but still this equilateral triangle keeps this substance. It means it's still three-sided and three-angled. So as long as it keeps this substance, it is triangle. So maybe too long, but this is explanation what substance is.
All of the stuff that goes together to make something. Would you
Three
say?
straight lines make a triangle. Delete it. Hello, everybody. How you doing?
Hey, have we got a new phone?
Good evening.
No. I'm on a backup phone.
Good to hear you again. I think Turnup was getting worried he'd not heard you for a bit.
Yeah, I heard him this morning. Like I wanted to pop off, but you saw the way my screen was. I'm on another phone. I'm good.
Good, you're back.
But all you need is three lines that meet together. 3 points. Triangle. That's it.
Yeah. But I mean, we are trying to get to this the understanding of substance. I think it's tricky for people. I'm not so sure I've got it myself. I think I've understood the predication because I have an understanding of that. This idea of substance, to me, it would be all of the constituent parts of whatever it is, and you can predicate those separate parts of it. To say what goes together to make something, but
it may be compound because substance, it doesn't mean that it has to be one thing, but we are understanding it as one thing because if we need, for example, set of things to make the thing to be as it is, we can treat this set of things as one because we need it all to be. But in defining as species, we need only generally one. This is called special difference. For example, between man and horse, there is one special difference, and this is reason or mind or intellect. So that's what differ us from other animals, and other animals, of course, have own species. Horse is species, cat is species, different species from horse, and dogs are species or is species. But what differ man from other species of animals is reason. And of course, horse is different from cat from other reasons. So we can find special difference between cat and horse. And for example, for living entities, it would be that they cannot reproduce with each other. They cannot mix. But in example of triangle, we just have this one special difference, for example, between quadrangle or square and triangle. There is only one difference, special difference. It will be number of sides and angles, because square has 4 sides and 4 angles, and not square, quadrangle, any so special difference would be number of angles and sides. One in one number from 3 to 4, and this is substantial difference or special difference.
Yeah. So it depends on what you're trying to portray about that thing as to which sort of particular part of that thing that you're going to talk about to fit it into categories or whatever,
Yes, but substance is special because it constitutes what it is. The other categories are not constituting. So if you say that the cat is big or is lying or sitting, he may be lying one time and another time he can be lying. It is accidental, but still it is the same cat. So he doesn't change substance.
Yeah.
boy.
Yeah. It's hard work, isn't it? It's just going over the words. I like this sort of stuff, though. Heavy breathing there, Redmond. Can hear you.
My bad. You know, something I just thinking about it. It ain't that hard. Triangle is a triangle. That's it.
Right, we'll carry on.
Not complicated.
The essence of cup, other than being, its function is to hold something. Have you got any other way of describing it, Kevin, that explains it any better than, this is what substance basically is.
I would ask SE, at least in modern Greek. That's Greek word, no?
Yeah, that's a Greek word. But whether it's modern or ancient, I don't know. As far as I'm aware, that's the word that Aristotle used.
It probably sounds like ousia.
Yeah, ousia.
Yeah.
Which I presume, does that mean something like essence or nature?
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
It's the like they say, the unchangeable reality, immutable reality of something. So where you put the example of man and horse, you're looking at what is the nature, what is the essence of horse, what is the reality of what it is to be a horse.
Yeah, how can you answer that question?
You can't answer it. It's almost, it's getting up into the sublime level, isn't it? That's why there's nothing you can really say about substance and why it's separated from the nine accidents.
That's right, isn't it? It's preeminent. It comes beforehand.
Yes.
So all you can do is work from there. You can't go back beyond it.
Correct.
That's it. It's
Sorry, I was just going to say that's why in the previous diagram, substance is at the top in the example, and that comes from Porphyry trying to make sense of what Aristotle was saying. Is exactly that, Saragaki. Substance is at the top. It is the most general thing.
Yeah,
and that to me is why the other ones were like called accidents, right? Because once you've chosen something as the subject or the substance, then all the other ones would be dictated by whatever you chose as the substance. It would be different depending on, like, if it's a cup or a tree, you would have different accidents. It would be different depending on the substance.
Yeah, and the way that you describe it is just due to the accident of how it is that gives you the reason to describe it. It's accidental color or it's accidental shape or.
Maybe accident is not the right word. Maybe happenstance or something more along those lines.
It's another one of the words, isn't it?
It's the words, the words they've given us to work with, isn't it?
Yeah, if they changed accident, like from its original meaning to something else, again, to hide it.
Yeah.
It's not really accidental if you're going to talk about a rock that it's however big it is. It's just what it is, right? It's just by happenstance that this rock is this big.
Yeah. It'd be interesting. I'd love to get an original copy, of the original Greek Aristotle work of categories and look at what the original ancient Greek words were that were used in some of these, because I swear there's been sophistry done on the words and the translations that are given to us.
Check your old dictionaries.
Yeah.
For the word accident, add it to the list of words to check dictionaries for.
Yeah. Yeah, I start collecting words, and I keep looking for like etymological works that go back far enough for you to be able to study some of these things. I've done similar things with the Welsh, the Welsh words that I use at times, and try and take those back to the original meanings, because it's fascinating to see how things change, and you wonder why certain translations were chosen. You know, it puzzles me sometimes, but there's probably some kind of wizardry going on. So that's basically, I mean, there's not a lot you can say about substances there, apart from you're going back to the preeminent, like, nature, the pure nature of something. So the ones that you need to really think about are the nine accidents. And most of those, you know, quantity, it's fairly self-explanatory. You're talking about a measure of some form, you know, whether it's length, number, whatever. Quality, you're talking about like wide, grammatical. You can talk about relation. He's talking about the relationship of one thing to another, and place. Is it, you know, is it in that can, or is it under that rock? Where is it? Is it in the marketplace? Whatever. Time is fairly simple. Last year, 6 o'clock, whatever.
Yeah, but you can only point to a specific time. That's as far as you can predicate anything, right?
Yeah.
You say last year, like it says, last year, 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
That's as far as it can go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Predicate also means to preach.
Affirm, yeah. Preach, affirm. Yeah, the language has been mucked with.
Yeah, it's been played with, man. It's like math, I'm telling you.
One of its terms, yeah. It obviously had a little bit of an ecclesiastical strap to it. Position, you know, whether something's lying, sitting, whether it's on top, underneath. State, that means the state of it. Is it clothed? Is it unclothed? Is it painted? Something about the actual state of the object itself, or the subject that you're talking about, predicating about. And then action, here he gives examples like to lance, and I added like to chop. And then the affection is that action. So that's the action, and then this is the effect on the object. So in those examples, it would be the action is to lance, and the affection is to be lanced or to be chopped. So those two sort of go together in some way, really.
Yeah. So one of the videos I saw on it said affection could also be like saying someone the man is suffering, right? Maybe he's got an affection and he's suffering.
Yeah.
That would be the affection. Yeah. That's kind of what that means.
Yeah. I mean, when I was going through them, they were the ones that sort of confused me the most when I had to look into them. The action and the affection one were a little less obvious than some of the others. And what's the other one? Sometimes quality can be, because like I talk about white, but then you've got to talk about is that white as the nature of the thing, as being a colour, or is that a quality that's been put to it? You know, do you understand what I mean? Has it been painted that colour, or is it what is that nature? Is its nature that colour? Because I was in slightly different. You know, if there's something, say, if you've got a piece of coral that is naturally pink, then I would say its quality is pink. If you had a rock that had been painted pink, I would put that under something like its state. It's been painted pink. So there's some debate about, you know, you can debate about which category some of these things go under. And obviously that can go under, depending on what you're predicating, you can put them under different categories. So they don't just go under one category. It's just a way of dividing and categorizing. And you'll see, I think you'll see later on as we go on, the importance that of the Aristotle, the reasons why he felt it was important to categorize things in this way. I think from what I've read and what I've seen so far, everybody's sort of saying that as you get further along in studying Aristotle, you see the importance of why he did this. And at the beginning, it just seems all a little bit mishmash and haphazard. But even now, even though we've only got this far, I think it started to illuminate the importance of really breaking down this language to the level that we are, and how important it's showing the importance of us doing that, because it's highlighting what has been done to the language and what and the sophistry that's been done.
Yeah,
and the
I
way
agree.
that so I'm hoping that everybody's enjoying doing this and not finding it too tedious. I mean, I find it quite fascinating, and I found like the engagement this time, like this week, has been really good, and it's been really enjoyable and illuminating. I've learned so much by the conversation, so it's been really, really good, and I hope everybody else has enjoyed it as well.
Yeah, my favorite part is watching SC get aggravated. Actually, no, I'm kidding.
It's our goal. No,
very much enjoying it. Yeah.
Sorry about that, guys. Sorry, that's the way.
No, never apologize, SE. What I would add to what Raven just said, though, is, and I know that term predicate is just this seemingly dodgy term, but it is what we have, right? But I would say the importance of what that thing is, the action of predicating, however you choose to understand that, is getting to the specificity of something. And I think that's why there's so many of these different categories, the 9 that describe the substance. And at least in what I've looked at, the reason why Aristotle was doing that was to try to come to terms, try to eliminate the what something is not, so that you wouldn't have sophistry or paralogism. At least that's my understanding of it, of why you would go to this extent to describe or quote predicate a substance, right? To make sure that that's what we're talking about. We can all agree that it has all of these they call them accidents or happenstances or what have you, but yeah, it has all of these things. And if we can agree on those and we determine that that is truth, we do have really come to terms. Does that make sense?
Finally,
Absolutely.
it's making sense. Yes. Coming to terms. Yes.
Yeah, I think that was really something that the ancients strived to do. And it really does go back to what Saragaki says all the time about the law of identity and the importance of that.
Yeah, this whole thing, this whole subject screams law of identity to me. How to really go in and pinpoint what it is so that you can talk about it in the first place. Yeah, I think it's all about that.
I think that's I think that's very well said, and I think you'll find it even more so as we move forward, because we now move into an area where we start talking about differences and differentiating the differences as well, and it's almost leading us up to the point, like you said, Saragaki, that where we'll be in a position where we can identify things to such a degree that the law of identity just screams out at us whenever it's violated, because hopefully it'll be so obvious to us because of the work we're doing now. That's my hope anyway. I think I did put a last slide, I think, just to try and finish it off, I think. I'll just say that the next conversation, really, we moved on to something called the 5 predicables, which I think is in chapter 5, and get moving forward from that. It's combining the insights. We'll be combining the insights gained from Porphyry's isagogy, and we'll be taking an in-depth look at the 10 categories and the 5 predicables, as they call it, and the conversation that this generates. So that's another interesting conversation to look forward to, and discussing this idea of the 5 predicables, which is, I think, comes up in the next chapter as well. So that's where we're moving forward towards. Okay, so I mean that really brings tonight to an end, doesn't it? Unless you want to add anything else, Kevin.
No.
Today's word, boys and girls, predicate.
Go ahead and find 5 ways to predicate that car.
Sure.
It's moving.
Can I just add that I think the substance within that earlier one, that is the thing that is being talked about. And the accidentals are the ways that you can talk of them thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
so
that would be a good way to describe it best.
It's a way to describe, and like the substance being a man could, you could be talking about a man, or you could be talking about Socrates, right? And how it's how you talk about the particular thing that you're talking about.
Yeah.
And it's how you describe it. Again, I think this, to people who are trying to have a discussion or a debate or whatever, this particular thing is a skill to be learned that I think it's been taken away from us. So at the essence of what we're doing here is taking stuff right back to the beginnings, that we can now learn to talk about something in a way that's very specific. You can target with this method, you can target the specific thing that you want to be talking about and lay out a way of talking about it. I think this is brilliant for the, how to start off. I mean, somebody, I think it was Kevin that said, or somebody said, it's laid out like geometry, like the axiomatic system that leads you through the process it's obviously very the same. The order or whatever that works in the mind is running through this in a way that it is mathematical, it's logical.
I have a question. Can a man predicate that he's a woman?
I'd say no.
I'd also say no based on what I take the word predicamenta to mean, but I may be wrong, but I'd say no.
That is exactly why we had the discussion about, is a truth value required, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then what is that? What is the agreement about it? What is the substance of man, or blue pen for that matter, or anything? That's why Aristotle is exactly doing that, to answer questions like you just posed, Essie. 100%.
I would say, right, if a man says, I am a woman, I would say that would go against the idea of what predicamenta means. You already violated the idea of what the word means by saying that, so you've thrown the logic out the window.
Say, can a man? You started off with, can a man say he's not a man?
You can say that, yes. But he has gone against the idea of the predicamenta. Can you show the fact that you're not a man when you clearly are? We can all see that you are.
You
right?
have to define man first, right? And in the moment you do, you've started off with man, so you can't define it then as a woman. Like, it's just doesn't make sense. There's no logical procedure to that. So that's why I'd say no. You can't be done.
And that is why paper organist said in the chat, grammar is in fact part of logic, and that's true. That's why we're going to grammar first. That's why we're getting into something that I learned in, I think, second or third grade, predicating.
Lucky you.
Well, look about this system as well. You could almost practice this the same way like you go off and practice geometry.
Yeah.
You could pick a subject and then you could break it down with the categorization and see how you could categorize it. And then later on, how you can work out how it's different to something else. So you work out it's different. So it's like you can practice this as a skill, can't you? Like you were saying, Bev, which would be really useful so that you could quickly improve your skill at doing this to help you with conversations with people and debates and arguments. Almost the same way that you can do it with geometry. If you practice your geometry and learn the skills from the geometry.
Yeah, but this is teaching you how to use the words within geometry more effectively. You know, it's how to describe the methods and things that you are using with more skill. You know, this is an art. I like it.
It builds, right? Doesn't it? Because geometry is part of the quadrivium, and grammar and logic and rhetoric come first in the trivium, and the organon is the forerunner to the trivium, to the grammar, logic, and rhetoric. I mean, it all fits very nicely.
I have to go back to the beginning when I first got the Euclid. I got interested in Euclidean geometry. And then found that, there was logic before that led up to the formulation of it. So I was always looking for that logic. Well, it turns out there's 2 or 3 steps before that, which that's where we're at the minute. This is for me, finding Euclidean geometry and then now finding there are previous steps that will help me understand the geometry more is amazing. I'm glad we're here doing this stuff.
Well, that statement there, I fully agree with it. It gave me goosebumps a little.
It's a pity, like if you
don't like that word.
Essie's going to be dreaming about that word, having nightmares about it.
But look what Bev posted 43 after the hour. Have a freaking look at that, and you tell me, what does predicate mean?
Right?
It's got a few different meanings, right? It's obvious that they've changed it. Right, the people that did grammar have changed it because the people that did logic had it using it a different way, and they wanted the words to be specific. But people want to play with words; they want them to be non-specific. So you have to then mess about with the words that you're fucking using in the first place. It's like the trickery goes to extra depths. It's like 4D chess. Once you start getting into it, not only is there trickery with the manipulation of how the words are used, but there's manipulation within the very words themselves, what the definitions are.
Just to piggyback off of that, I've heard that the reason why legal terminology, like the courts use mostly like Latin terms, is because they're not up for debate. The words, they call it a dead language because it's not changing. Like they're very specific,
right?
You get what I'm saying?
Yep, exactly. Yeah,
they're fixed, aren't they?
Yeah, they are fixed. Yep. Exactly right. And I will say that I feel you, Essie. I really do. The thing that we have to be careful of is that we don't throw this stuff away. We have to take it back. So I agree. They've played with it. They've so muddied the term that it's so difficult for us to grasp. But remember, Raven and I didn't pick this term. This term was picked in the translation of the work of Aristotle. So we're stuck with it, right? I mean, we could come up with different ways to say it, but we're stuck with it. And we're just going to have to take it back. That's why I, at least for me, I always take modern definitions with a grain of salt and try to go back and at least, if there's any question to it, understand, is there something that was understood about this word or define how this word was defined before today? because again, the language has been so screwed with.
How many people have the experience throughout life of learning new words just by hearing them in context, so that you can understand what that word means in relation to what's being talked about and how that word is being used? I mean, there is a lot of words that I've learned by context alone, in English specifically, coming from outside of English, learning it anyway. And that's not necessarily the best way, because then we're going into consensus of what words mean, and that's iffy. So I'm with you, SC, on the, and what Mobius put, that this discussion illustrates the necessity for precision with language and meaning. Definitely true. And I think this has been a great conversation tonight.
Absolutely agreed. Yeah. I had to play devil's advocate, too many people agreeing.
You have to keep doing it, SE.
Yeah.
We need
it. Yeah, it is important. It is.
Yes, I love it when SE comes in. You never know what kind of bomb's going to be dropped.
No, I was waiting for this particular topic, like I brought up about the predicamenta, because immediately it rings the bell, right? Predicate, predicament, those two words come to mind instantly, and neither of them really goes to take the meaning of the original word, in my mind anyway. So I
love that definition you gave us of predicamente. I think that's it's got a beauty to it, and it speaks for what it is, doesn't it?
Yeah,
the word itself tells you what it is.
Yeah, I think that's what, why the Greek is a so-called dead language, right? Because they were so hyper-specific about this. The law of identity was alpha omega to them. Otherwise, how can you talk about anything, right? It all goes out the window if you don't actually have an identity in the first place of whatever it may be.
Yeah, the very definition of something, right? The words that you are going to use. Sometimes, like, you go back to the jagged rock, right? The word jagged, if you were to explain to somebody that didn't know what it meant, and you handed them a smooth rock and said, this is jagged, this is a jagged rock, they would learn from that. And that's where the trick, I think, is done. At what state are you aware of the realization that somebody's taught you something that you may not be true? At what stage are you going to come to the realization that somebody says, no, this is jagged? Right? How do you deal with that? Because that's paralogisms, isn't it? They're all given to us by people, maybe sometimes with good intent, just a misunderstanding of something.
And when we were first taught about the globe at a young age, I think instinctively we knew it was wrong. We wanted to question it, but we didn't want to feel stupid in front of our peers. And of course, the teacher wouldn't allow you those questions in the first place. But yeah, I think instinctively, lies can be felt, in my opinion. You instinctively know there's a lie. You might come to believe that lie through the conviction of others around you saying they believe it, but I think instinctively, initially, you'll know. I think you can sense. I don't know if you'll know, you can sense a lie.
Well, see,
I agree with that.
I thought that about this conversation that we're in right now, because of the argument that we've brought around or whatever. Just the statement level is horizontal right now. The amount of people that have said something different to that. Now, they may have children. What are their children going to hear? I mean, they would be told by their parents that the globe model states all of the things that we know the globe model states. I mean, they're going to get, their parents are going to teach them that as children. How many
would say that
years of that have we already been living through with the changing of words and how people come up with their own arguments? It's paralogisms that are taught.
I'd say what John said hits the nail right on the head, and that's why they get them at such a young age.
Yep.
I mean, if you think about like how intensive the curriculum is for kids who should be out playing and discovering the world and, you know, doing all kinds of other things, they're stuck with this tremendous responsibility of so much homework and so much, you know, necessary indoctrination, like just to get a grade that they can go on to, you know, be a productive cog in the wheel. It's insanity. Not to jump off topic too much.
Oh, it's bang on topic, that. I mean,
yeah, totally. By the way, just as an aside, when you say level is horizontal, guess what you're doing? I'll give you one guess, SE. SE, what are you doing when you say level is horizontal?
Good one, Kevin.
What do you mean, what are you doing?
What are you
You're
doing?
saying the truth.
Yeah, I know, but what are you doing? Given the conversation we just had, what are we doing, man? Come on, help me out here.
Oh, you're predicating,
You're
aren't you?
predicating.
Oh,
predicating
man.
level.
You're predicating level. You're predicating horizontal of level. Correct.
Right.
And it is a statement of truth that can be shown to be true. You can point at it and go, that level is horizontal.
Yeah. Truth
We need
value.
we need a lot more of those, Kevin. Keep pointing those out.
True that. Now we're talking.
And that's why they won't come and talk to us now, right? We're down to specifics. How do you argue with that? Because we know that they cannot do this likewise.
And also, just to stay on the level is horizontal for a moment, it's not just a statement that you make out of spite, right? Oh, I just want to be different to the Globers. No, there's a lot of work, mental work, understanding. A foundation has to be built that goes beforehand, before you can make that statement. You have to come to a conclusion first in order to let you make that statement, right? And there's a lot of work that goes into formulating the logic, the grammar, the rhetoric that lets you arrive at the conclusion that level is horizontal.
Yeah.
It's not simple work, really. I mean, it gets a lot easier when you have a good group of people to talk to, I'll give you that. But it is work that goes into it. That's my point.
Yeah, I've got
Very
a good one.
interesting.
I've got a good one about the circle and the sphere and the square that I'd like to run over you
predicating
afterwards. Yeah, I might be. I might be.
Betcha SE's going to end up being the expert on predicate by the time it's all.
Oh, don't get me started. And now I'm hooked.
Let me just ask then, because you can use the word predicate like that, like a verb to predicate. But can you do the same with the word predicamenta in Greek? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question.
Oh, we've got a logician.
Maybe we need Saragaki coming in with a little bit more at some point on predicamente instead, to get a better understanding of that. I mean, you laid it out pretty well, but it wouldn't hurt to go over that again to get a better understanding of it.
Yeah, sure. That would be amazing.
Sounds good.
See, the logician, he came up with another explanation. There's probably another 20 or 30 more somewhere hidden away. He calls it an action, right? Being the state of.
Seems like it's getting a bit to the end of that there. It's been a good night. Anybody got any other sort of, like, yeah, that's us with the, I think we'll end that there now for tonight. I'll put the, end the Trivium. I don't know how many people are left here now.
Seems not too many people are fan of the Trivium.
Yeah,
they dropped off like flies.
Yeah, I know. Well, we know that, don't we? The people that are listening now probably, I don't know, hardcore fans or just they've just left it on and walked away. But yeah, I really like the idea of this Trivium. I mean, you have to get into this and understand where it is. I mean, most people aren't after doing the actual debate. This is for the people that are actually in this, that are wanting to try and engage with it. It's not for everyone, and most people wouldn't even like to try and engage because of the sophistry and the way that people react, or at least the way it seems like the way the trolls react to anybody who engages in any of this type of conversation with them. It's a tough thing, isn't it? Especially in the heart of where we are. Well, I'm only speaking for myself. I wouldn't. One of the things I would like to say to people is that if you were talking to new people coming into this arena, I would say to them, be careful about what you say and who you say it to, because it can end who you end up talking to. There's a load of people out running out now saying all sorts of silly things about me.
This is like garlic to a vampire, right? Logic to a troll is like the sun to a vampire, right?
I think so. It ends the conversation, right? Because you end up finding out that there's a group of people there that are asking for proof from people without an understanding on what proof is. And the Trivium definitely gives you an ability to communicate with other people. And learning the epoch. And is it epoch? Did you see that yesterday, Essie?
Yeah.
Is that what you would call it? Or with the E, with the little, does it put in a posh A? Kevin would probably say that. Sounds posh.
Is he breaking up? I think you broke up. Was it just me, guys, or did Bev break up there?
Yes, Bev, slightly breaking.
I'll jump out and jump back in. Might have been in here for a bit longer. How's that for you guys? That sound a bit better?
Yes.
Good.
For me, this accent at the end on letter E would mean that it would be epoche, but I am not sure.
Epoche.
E.
Maybe. I am not sure about pronunciation of this letter E at the end, but I think that if there is accent there, it means that it definitely had to be pronounced sound.
Yeah. Well, whatever you want to call it, is the idea of suspending judgment on matters concerning dogma, all dogma.
Yeah, definitely. Then we were talking about that concerning predication.
Well, I like the idea of suspending judgment upon things that you don't know
awesome.
about, right? That's the globe. Unless they can show you something, you just suspend judgment on it. You don't have to go one way or the other.
Yep.
If there's no argument, then fair enough. I'm still trying to sort. Go on. Sorry.
I was just going to say the ether is a perfect example of where you can take epoch or whatever it's called on it. I call epoch or epoche or whatever it's called. Because there's how you're going to find out either way, right? So the logical place to be there is in epoch. For me, just speaking for myself.
Yeah.
But suspension of judgment would work only when you cannot falsify something. Because if you can falsify and prove it wrong, for example, like Eratosthenes example, because you can easily prove that his let's say proof is circular reasoning, therefore it is not good proof. You can falsify it by formal logic. That this is impossible to
prove. But he predicates ether. Oh, sorry, Paper. I thought you were.
Who? Eratosthenes?
No. Let's say somebody wants to predicate on ether.
Yes. So yes, suspension of judgment. Yes, but it should work both way, because someone cannot demand from you to believe him, because there is demand from other side that you should believe, and the question arises why. If someone cannot define it, what it is, and it cannot prove its existence, so it's not only a suspension of judgment, but just normal reasonable untrust. Because why we should assume that something exists if we cannot prove anyway that it even can exist?
I agree 100%. That's why I don't like predicate. I agree with you 100%.
So it's rather being skeptic in that case is more reasonable than being the believer of ether. So, because why we should tend to believe in something that is just can be anything. So this is just nonsense, and we are not we cannot be forced to believe in something like nonsense, or even if only it sounds like nonsense.
One more question on this subject, if I may.
What?
In your guys' opinion, can you predicate on the ether?
No, I would say not.
Yes, it means that you are able to say something about something, but if this something is not really something, so this is just fantasy. Just like Brenda brought this example of Sherlock Holmes because this is perfect. That Sherlock Holmes lived at the street, Baker Street, number, I can't remember, 228B or so. And this is predication about,
Exactly
example,
my point. Yeah.
but it is, but this is fantasy. So yes, you can say that Luke Skywalker had a green laser saber, but and this is predication that this lightsaber was green, but this is fantasy. You cannot do anything with that. You cannot prove, you cannot use this in argument or proof, especially in science. So worthless predication. So no value.
I would agree.
Heretics got us a thing. Go on. How would you do that word there in the live chat?
Epoche.
Epoche. With
Yep.
epoche, it says, I'll read it out. We see things to their essences as we transcend ourselves, because we bracket the existence of our prejudgment and biases to a particular object. Unlike in natural attitude, we take the world for granted and we look at reality as things. We see the world as it seems and as a projected world according to our perceptions and experience. Additionally, epoche is a gate of entry to transcendental attitude, because other steps in the phenomenological method follow and also take place. As we bracket our prejudices, we get and reduce the essences in order to arrive to its most basic essence. Second, epoche is very essential in the phenomenological method, because we use brackets in separating empirical intuition from essential intuition without being denied or destroyed. It is a suspension of the general beliefs and existing prejudgments. What happens is not that actual reality is changed or denied, but the absurd interpretation of it. Epoche purifies the experience in order to get to its essence. Therefore, we use epoche in order to see the world with new eyes, that is, free from biases and presuppositions. It's a lot fucking mouthy, but that last bit sort of says it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What happens is not that actual reality is changed or denied, but the absurd interpretation of it.
It's like clear your mind and look at it through a clear lens, a new,
yeah,
a blank sheet kind of a thing. Yeah.
I mean, that's the essence of what this is there's no need to believe these dogmas. If you can just drop them for a bit, you get a chance to have a look at something, and it's right with new eyes. That is the essence of this, and it does. It sounds a bit biblical, like, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does sound a bit preachy. Yeah.
And I don't think it is. I don't. It's just a way to sort your mind out in order for you to achieve this clarity of thought without biases, presuppositions. Like, I like the idea that these sort of things that come to us for a reason. I like it. I'm sorry for everybody who have left and they don't quite like it.
Yes,
Yeah, this is definitely boring to most people. They can't handle this stuff.
Maybe it makes some people upset because it means that sometimes you, if you are going too far, and in process of learning, sometimes it is very useful. You need just to go back to first corner.
But
From
shout
this-
out Chaiki, stuck through us through thick and thin.
Oh, look at that. Chaiki's been clipping us again. He does well, doesn't he?
Yeah, Chaiki's a dedicated fan.
I think he might have clipped some sort of a video from the old clip. But...
Doesn't matter what he clipped.
He's got loads of clips now. Chaiki's getting a little YouTube channel together. He's getting good at doing all of these little clips.
Ah, Chaiki wants to get into the scene. All right.
I think it's a little bit too old to get in the scene. Come on. How y'all doing?
What I've got
What's up,
here
brother?
for you guys, I've been chatting to Red's Rhetoric.
I saw something in chat. He wants to bribe you to make you flat earther to debate or what?
Yeah, he's already said he wants me to adopt the flat Earth position. Give us $500. So this is it. On this Friday, as far as I can tell, he seems to have gone a bit quiet. His little troll army are doing what they do. But this is Red's Rhetoric. He says, the question is clearly meant to stall, but here it goes. The call will be through StreamYards. This is on Friday. I will send you a link via Twitter DMs so you can join the call. I will then live stream our conversation on my channel. So again, does Friday or Saturday work for you, he says. Now, this isn't for the debate. This is... Here we go. I'll put these ones here. So I said, what time do you do your shows? I go live weekdays at 8 p.m. UK and Saturday is UFC night. If it's just me, because he originally wanted my moderator to be there for arranging the terms of the debate. That's all this is. And then he says, go live on Friday, 10 p.m. And I've made the arguments for flat Earth before. This is what I was saying, because he said I'm a flat earther, and I'm saying that I have made arguments for flat Earth before. Is that why you've chose me to adopt this position for the debate? And he put, so it wasn't because of a missed word in your tweet. Glad we got that verified. Anyway, 5 p.m. Friday, 5 p.m. UK time. Work for you. And this is McToon, who's supposedly meant to be the moderator. And McToon says, so this is for Friday. McToon says, you have never debated, which is right. I've never debated because there's never been a debate around here. Debating requires each side to have a positive claim.
Not correct. This is not true.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
He says, you are ashamed of flat Earth, that you run away from your own flat Earth position. You should be ashamed. The Earth is spherical. Only doofs think like you. But Red's Rhetoric wants me to adopt the flat Earth position. So yes, surely there shouldn't be this insulting coming as though I am a flat earther. I'm not a flat earther. He just wants me to adopt the position.
that last
Tell him if he
statement that you
takes
read
the
from
concave. Sorry, tell him if he takes the concave position, you'll think about it.
No, but
He wants you to adopt the position, right?
This is bad assumption and untrue, because as I see that McToon is trying to make you flat earther and to make positive some claims about flat earth. So this is for me this is convoluted slightly, but generally it is based on false assumption that both debaters have to have positive claims, which is not true. I have heard many debates, and most of them were then the one position was positive and the other just was on denial, was debating with someone's positive claims only. Many that debates. So this is not true. I would say even that it would be slightly maybe not impossible, but very hard to keep on track with a debate with both positive claims. So it would be much longer than needed. So I would say that the classic debate is when one side has positive claim and is defending it, and other is attacking. So this is for me classic debate.
And it also sounded to me like when you read out that statement that he made a positive claim.
Yeah, he is demanding from from Bev to have positive claim, and that would be a flat earth positive claim, because Red's rhetoric wants Bev to be flat earther, and McToon's wants Bev to have positive claim. So the setup for me is clear. Bev as flat earther, having a positive claim about flat earth. So
I heard him say that, or I heard in that statement, I heard that the earth is spherical. Seems like a positive claim to me. That's probably sounds like that might be his side of the debate.
That's McToon though.
Oh, gotcha.
Right, it works differently, doesn't it? Like that. That when the moderator can make all sorts of claims and then say that it's not, it was only the moderator that said those claims, not the actual guy that you're meant to be debating. I'm trying to find the there's the come on.
If you have truths, you don't need to monetize anything like that. Truth will stand for itself.
Yeah, the idea is that we go over there and have a chat with him to see what the terms of this debate are. Because you can't just organise something over Twitter. If it's going to be a proper debate, rather than this ridiculous thing that, you know, that they do. When they say that you've never had a debate, and then sort of arrange it on Twitter and come over to my place at 6 o'clock and then when I'll go live and then we'll have a debate, right? It needs to be arranged what the type of debate is, how the format of the debate goes.
It's obvious he's scared. Making terms, conditions, 1, 2, 3. What is this, dude? Come over here and have a chat. Otherwise, you're just a scared little. Really, it has been. Really.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's gonna make the most out of it, isn't he? Because he's, you know, I mean, he's saying he's gonna pay me $500.
Put it in the bank.
We're here every day, Monday to Friday. Come on over.
Yeah,
if you're a
free.
man.
Free.
See, the door is open.
Yeah.
Go ahead and put the 500 in there. The door is open. Come on.
Not for this conditions and numbers, and we're here all the time, dude. Come on over.
Yeah, he said he'll never come to Discord. Never ever go to Discord. Which, I mean, it's fair enough. I mean, if he doesn't want to come to one of the best platforms for showing this sort of stuff, it works in his favor.
There's no conditions. You sit, you talk. You bring up your fantasy, and Bev takes it apart. Simple. It's all you got to do. Bring your fantasy.
But still, Bev has positive claim and said it's loudly that the horizontal is level. So this is Bev's positive claim. But
you disagree.
No, but what is this adopt a position? Well, I never heard this before. What do you mean
They
take this
have to have
position?
a position, right? They have to.
No, but not a position that you don't want to take.
No, I am willing to take the position that level is horizontal. Or
yeah, but he wants you to be a flat earther.
Well,
he wants you to take...
he wants me to adopt the flat earth position. And as far as I know, I've heard by quite a lot of people that level being horizontal is a flat earth position.
Oh, okay. If you put it that way. If he's willing to accept that, then yeah.
But still, it would mean that he, for example, afterwards, after debate, he will tell everybody that Bev was taking flat Earth position and was defending.
Yeah, this is I don't like that. Yeah, he's gonna claim that you're a flat earther. So I don't even like that. Yeah, good point, Paper. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's just like how FE Dogma puts the Bev's flat Earth argument versus the globe argument or whatever on his diagrams.
Yeah, you take one position and one position only. Level is horizontal. Yeah. That's it. No other claims, no other statements.
That's it, right.
Nothing.
But he has to take a position. He has to.
Yep, that's your position. Whether
if he wants me to argue for a position, I will argue for that position. He has to argue the negative of that position. He can't just argue that grapes are soft.
Yeah,
right. You know what I mean? He has to take the opposite position, and that's what we need to go and sort out when I go and talk to him about what the debate is. Because there's no way I'm going there with one position and him not having a position.
Well, he has to have the negative. That's a must, like you said. That's an obvious. You can't argue the same position, right?
Yep.
Does he have to have a negative?
Well, he has to have.
Well, if he has a positive, yeah.
Here's my thoughts. If he says that you have to take a position and you're going to take the position that level is horizontal, can he just focus on whatever positive claims he has that don't involve level and horizontal at all? Like, can you talk about satellites, pictures from space, all this other garbage that they always come up with, and use that as, well, this is my platform, this is his platform, you know? And in a debate setting, like, is the goal to like get the more yays versus nays, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just to convince the audience or the judges. That's all it is.
But it would be not
at the same time, though, Mobius, I would think that he would have to show that it's not a non sequitur to Bev's point.
Yes, because if Bev is talking about horizontal and level, and for example, Red's rhetoric would would take position and about ISS or pictures of space,
Right.
this is not debate. There are two monologues, separate monologues, but debate would be that he would attack this position and trying to prove that level is not horizontal.
You're talking about shit in the
Yeah,
sky. We're talking about lower res rhetoric. Not you, but res rhetoric. You're talking about stuff in the sky. What does that prove?
No, I'm with you. I'm just saying that the tactic isn't necessarily the debate. It's within the setting. You get what I'm saying? Like it's not about what's right or anything like that. It's about how to manipulate the situation to make it look like you're the one on top. That guy's just an idiot. And that's what he's going to try to do because he doesn't have anything else.
You know, a funny thought on that, Mobius. When anybody presenting anything, they're always looking at the sky.
Oh yeah.
Nothing about the ground. When they want to say, "Oh, the shit's flying around me," but yet the shit is still above me. Just a thought. Not with you. This is for the audience. When anybody present anything before you, it's always in the sky, but it's above you, nothing below you.
Yeah. Well, that's why I brought up the example of like satellites and pictures from space and all that, because I feel like if that's what he's going to do, he's going to try and make it look like Bev's the one with the non sequitur. Like, why aren't you addressing these things that we know are true? Blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Yeah. And make it look like, oh, well, you just don't know what you're talking about. These are things that anybody can look up. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
It's a hit job. It's a hit job, and he's setting it all up to be a hit job. So I'm just saying, handle with care.
Yeah, well, check this out.
Go ahead.
That one and that one. So this is the one here. So Red says, I see. So because you know you can't win a debate while adopting the flat earth, you wish to just preach flat earth nonsense without the labor of backing it up. Sounds boring. Why not just be honest about the shape you believe the earth to be and defend it? I say, it's definitely not flat. I don't preach that it is. And then he says, yeah, that is your position. You have said that before, but it is clear you are not confident in your position. So I am confident you lack such in your position. I will put $500 US. So here is the deal. And here's the deal. Bev will, the $500 debate challenge to Bev. Terms. Bev will adopt the flat earth position for the debate. Topography is not relevant, so don't bring it up. Don't need to.
For me, it sounds like
topography is not relevant.
Wait. He's taking stuff off the board already.
Yeah.
They're trying to make it in his favor. Sorry.
For me, this is just classic framing.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to frame Bev.
He's just trying to adopt the flat earth position. I mean, it's dead easy. If we go to do the terms, I can say I'm not a flat earther. He wants me to adopt the flat earth position. Obviously, because there's no flat earthers that can actually debate anything. He's after a challenge. He wants to be able to debate arguments. Red's rhetoric is coming back into the fray. He wants to show everyone his knowledge of globe. And he needs a viable opponent.
I'll take the flat earth position if he takes the concave position.
Well, that's why I need to go. That's why I need to go and talk to this guy.
This is a joke.
I know it
man.
is, but I mean, these are the terms. He wants the terms, and I need to go and talk to him about the terms, which is what I'm going to do on Friday. Right? The title,
My word.
The debate will be titled Flat Earth versus Round Earth. Which model best comports with reality? He wants me to adopt Flat Earth.
He's willing to give up $500, if that's true, just to have you on under these certain conditions. What's the saying? Something's fishy in Denmark.
Yeah, I can see what's going on, but I mean, it's just he wants me to adopt a position. Everybody knows I'm not a flat earther. These guys think I am, but they are still willing to have me adopt the position. And both speakers will start the debate by presenting evidence for their model.
You know, if he does pay you $500 to adopt the position, I mean, you can always say, well, I didn't really want the position, but he paid me $500 to take that position so that you could make a show.
It's going to a charity. I mean, I'm not doing it. I just, like I say, I'm a student of the Trivium. I want to do this debating. I want to get into it.
Yeah.
It's just practice for me. I know it's not going to happen anyway. We'll get as far as the terms and talking about the terms.
So he is talking about the terms, and so your, let's say, assertion that horizontal is level, it would be accepted as
Bev's assertion is horizontal. It's horizontal.
Yes, but Red's rhetoric wants this argument to be as an argument for flat Earth.
Yeah, well, I see, that's the thing. That's why I need to go and see him with the terms, right? Because I don't want him swapping it on the night and saying, right, Bev, you've got to defend all of the flat Earth positions. Because I'm not defending flat Earth. I'm defending these positions that I've been told are flat Earth. I don't particularly think they're flat Earth. I think they're just positions from reality. That's how I can argue them. But they've been told they're flat Earth positions. What else am I meant to do? I want to learn how to debate. I'm not going to go and debate something that I haven't got a clue about. Like an untenable position. I'm not going to do that. So here's the next bit. These are the terms that Red's rhetoric is putting down. The debate will be on the Non Sequitur show, hosted by Steve McRae. So there's not slightly biased at all, for starters. The debate will be moderated by somebody of Bev's choice and somebody of my choice. This is Red's rhetoric. That's McToon. So Steve McRae,
the moderators are going to battle it out.
McToon, and McToon's already on Twitter telling me how stupid I am. So we've already got one moderator. In fact, both of them, Steve McRae as well. He's been on the Twitter. So completely biased team from Red's rhetoric.
Yeah. Moderators can't go out poisoning the well before the debate.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Well, I mean, they're not. They shouldn't, I should say.
Well, I mean, but we're going to go over there on Friday. We're going to see exactly what's going on, right? That's why I think only Friday's ever going to happen. So we'll have fun. Next one. Bev agrees to follow these terms and understands he will not receive the $500 if he fails to do so. Like money's important or something. And then 7, if Bev follows these terms, he is guaranteed $500 no matter the outcome of the debate. So somebody some charity ends up getting $500.
You pay me before I go, and then let's go.
Charity will do it. He'll have to do it, won't he? He'll have to pay the charity if the debate happens. But I mean, where was the last debate in this arena? Like a debate of note. This could be hyped up something rotten.
I don't speak up too much. But if he wanted it that bad, where's your PayPal? Go ahead and get this going. And if he pays you, I think you're a man of your word. Let's have this.
Chikey's a good one.
Chikey's not a good.
How could you end up looking like a tit, Chikey, doing a debate? I mean, the one that seems like he's going to end up looking like a tit is Red's rhetoric. He has to pay people to adopt a position to debate against him. How bad is the flat Earth if Red's rhetoric's having to do that?
Not to mention it, I think he's got two of them. But I imagine Chikey running around with all kinds of Band-Aids.
Band-Aids. He's working the cast.
So I say the debate isn't this Friday. The meeting this Friday will just be about the terms.
I suspect that it will not come to happen because, of course, you will not take these terms. And I think this is their main point to make you to do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over there on Friday, and they're gonna make the terms so ridiculous that nobody would ever take them. That's my prediction for what would happen.
Yes, and then they will call you names that you are coward, etc.
Like they already have done. But it will be on record that they're the ones making stupid positions with all of the favour in their hands. They've got Steve McRae and McToons and the mute buttons, all of that control.
And you as flat earther.
Yeah, and me as a flat earther, yeah. And then they'll not let me give my case, and they won't have to support their case at all. I know what sort of debate they're going to have. And they're going to have Steve McRae judging who wins. Because they will definitely have to have a winner and a loser. And how many times a thing. But, I mean, it's all a learning experience. Everyone... I've never met Red's Rhetoric and never had a chat with him. Or Steve McRae. I've had a chat with McToon. McToon said that the water level and the horizon was horizontal. And the water went from your feet to the horizon was also a horizontal. So
he sure did, huh?
Yeah. They all seem to do that sort of stuff, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's it, gods. Yeah, they want it under their own terms. But, I mean, I just want a fair debate. That's it. As long as I get a chance to put my case across, then that's all I'm after. I only said I wanted a meeting with them anyway to show them the Realising Euclid Test. That was it. And where's Wally gone? He might be on his holiday. Chikey might be his replacement. But it was Where's Wally that started all of this. So if anybody wants to blame anybody, blame Where's Wally. He started the conversation.
Fight the flat earth too. Got us going into the direction.
Oh, it's been a good night. I'm sorry for the people who aren't listening. They got pissed off. They don't really like Trivium. But the benefits of the Trivium will definitely be shown if we ever get into a debate. I'm not thinking we will ever get into a debate, but I'm hoping at least I'll be able to present my case a bit better, and I will get better. This is what I'm going to be doing now from now on. I think they've created a monster. I'm going to finish out this year, SE, with proof. Sorry, Mobius, go on.
I was just saying, are you still alive? I didn't realize you were alive.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just about to finish it off. What have we got? We've not done anything for a bit. True level bitch live. I think we've not had that for a while, have we? Okay, thank you very much for watching, sticking with us. I know there's not many of you left, but you must be committed. Thanks a lot. Don't forget, jump into Discord, and tomorrow is Euclid night. I haven't got a clue. Logos will give us something. Thanks for sticking with us. See you tomorrow, Euclid night.
I totally botched this one up, but let's give it a go. It's true level bitch, but acoustic. So, I gotta change a couple things. There might be a little bit of fan in the background, but this is good. I didn't realize this. Just found it out. Check this out.
We are in a war that's in the mind for all to face. Choices will be made. You can choose to let your mind be free. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth. We will watch it die. We will watch it all come tumbling down. We're tired of the lies. We're tired of the obfuscation now. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth. Let these shadows win. Step into the light. We will not let these shadows win. Step into the light. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth. And we will watch it burn. We will watch it all come tumbling down. From the ashes come something that is pure for all to see. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you'll find, in the end you'll find, yes, in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth.